It always, I swear to God, right when I'm ready to start, it's like, you've got to listen to the Irish Brigade. You gotta listen to the fucking Irish Brigade. All right, good morning, everybody. Are we having a good day? I know I am. I swear, we're gonna cover the bad empanada debate. I swear, guys. I'm not just clickbaiting. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. I just haven't gotten around to it. One of my favorite things is like how people, whatever people used to say that I was, bad empanada actually is. You know what I mean? Like, bad empanada is actually what people say that I was, which is like a loud, white, ignorant racist who doesn't understand his position. Okay, this is not, guys, listen, can I just say this is fucking weird? Like, I don't want to kill the vibes already, but like, this is fucking weird, dude. Like, it's not funny. It's fucking weird. Bad empanada is one of the biggest disappointments. He just turned into Destiny, who read a few more books, but he's not, but the thing is, he's not using the intellect. He is just cynical because of the way the internet works. And that's, you know, it is what it is. You know, you have to figure out a way of getting, there's a reason why we do electoral politics. It's because that's what people care about, right? Like, if I could just convince people through the force of argument to become left-wingers, just by gently speaking to them, I would. But I have to talk about the thing about politics that they actually care about, which is who controls power. Elections are a fun spectacle, you know? She is so cute. So instead of like, you know, caring about who controls the American state, he's going to use the like slop tube content. What a fucking loser. What else is new? Well, the markets seem to think that a peace treaty with Iran is imminent. Because oil has made a big dip, really big dip, almost one of the bigger dips since the war started, where it fell down to $83. You know, the months, you know, this is one of those things where it's like, it doesn't, like the Iranians posted something about how there was a possible framework, blah, 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 blah. I think that's what it says. It says Iranian state television claimed to have a copy of a draft framework for a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Tehran has committed to restore commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within 1 month of an agreement with the U.S. However, Iran will manage ship traffic through Hormuz in cooperation with Oman. U.S. military forces would withdraw from the vicinity of Iran and lift the naval blockade. So I guess Iran would have just won the war. I love Stavi on Hasan. Always a great comic relief frame. Always rips into Hasan. I think Stavi's always great because he's somebody who is like on our side, but he trods upon all of our pieties. You know, he talks more like a normal guy, and that's, you know, that's a little bit of the problematic part. But I'm always reminded of how leftist spaces, man, they have so much PMC stink about them. You know what I mean? Professional managerial class. And I'm somebody who is convinced by a lot of the arguments of, like, you know, intersectionality, about making places inclusive, trying to be a little bit more mindful and accepting and all those kind of things. But people take that kind of orientation, and Hasan has the same orientation, and then they try to make themselves into hall monitors, right? They try to make themselves into like sniffing out the secret right winger, right? As if that's going to do anything, right? Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I know this has been discussed to death, and I hate to have these meta conversations so much. I'm sorry. But it is what it is. Also, look at what is the most popular story on CNBC. Federal judge had sex in chambers with high-ranking police officer. None of these people are as attractive as you are imagining they are. None of these people are as attractive as you are imagining they are. Like, just Hasan's urologist. Thank you for the 5 tier 1. Oh, god damn it, dude. I watched the FD Signifier versus BE debate, and the comments of the video were garbo. I mean, are you surprised? A lot of people, and I get it, right? Like, they're looking for a good target. I understand that, by the way. Like, I'm not immune to that too, right? Like, all of us want to have an enemy that we can strike against, right? Like, I think that is a very normal human impulse, right? But the problem with people like Bad Empanada is that they are just simply not self-aware. and they are irresponsible and they have no responsibility to anyone. And so they create a toxic environment. And it is cult-like. It's really easy to make the fascist your enemy. Well, no, it's not. The fascists control the American state. That's very dangerous. Like, what the fuck? You're going to fight fascists? They control the state. Do you not see what's happening to Hasan? Do you not see how he is continually maligned and slandered and defamed and now possibly being targeted by the government? Do you see how hard it is to actually fight back against the American state, American foreign policy, American Zionism's grip on American politics? EMPANADA is not fighting any of those things. Mike, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Hasan subpoena. People say it strengthens Hasan in the eye of the public. It depends. We'll have to see. Personally, I'll tell you what the real answer is. The first answer is if we win, it will be looked at as strengthening Hasan. If we lose, it'll be seen as a turning point. So it's too early to say, right? Does it get success? So I see two paths before us. The first path is enough liberals support the targeting of Hasan that it becomes normalized and carried forward. And once that once that behavior is normalized, it could be expanded to more opponents of the regime, right? And once that happens, the most likely people to resist firmly against the state oppression are always going to be on the left. So if the left is cleared out, liberals are not going to suddenly learn how to be resistors, right? They are status-oriented, hierarchical types, and they will capitulate, right? Or if they get enough pushback and they get concerned and there isn't enough Trumpian loyalty and it ends up not really happening, then it is what it is. A Dem senator and a Dem strategist endorse Collins but demonize Hasan. What is wrong with these mouth breathers? Because they don't care about politics, right? Like the people that are making content about Hasan don't care about politics. They don't care about what they claim to care about. They're not attacking Hasan because he didn't help Kamala Harris or the centrist Democrats win power. They're attacking Hasan because Hasan has a lot of fans and they're grabbing at whatever bullshit they have in order to attack Hasan. It's not consistent because they would be making videos about Jake Auchincloss and John Fetterman 24/7 if they actually cared about containing Donald Trump, right? They don't care. Jake Auchincloss, who? They don't care about that shit. There's no clout to be had. So they just dress up their commentary around Hasan in political clothing to give it some sort of legitimacy, when in reality it's just personalities. It's just gossip. It's just, anti-fan content. Is there a point of this process where you think leaving the country would be best for your family and stream? Of course. Ryan Gribb talked about the Hasan stuff on Breaking Points. Okay, let's talk about this because why wouldn't we? As far as I'm concerned, we have a hype train. Speaking of slander, I'm finishing the guts of an anti-smear website for Hasan. Let me know if you'd contribute as an editor. Let me know. Sure, man. Sure. There's a Jabri about it too. That's good. Oh yeah, link me that, would you? He's the acceptable target because he's racialized as a Muslim. And D built up a huge stalker orbit over the huge past decade. Nobody's making Kyle Kalinske hate vids. If Hasan sued D 5 years ago, this would be happening today. I personally think Hasan should have sued Death. I think Hasan should have been much more vicious against Destiny from the beginning. That's always been my take. That has always been my take. My take has always been fight fire with fire. I've always been like, no, we should be smashing the skull metaphorically of anybody who associates with Destiny, and Destiny should be I've always had that opinion. You're preaching to the choir here. Can't wait to vote for Talrico in November, but my parents, sister, and her husband are Republicans. How can I convert them? Well, if you're asking about the first thing is, thank you guys for the subs to start the show. The first thing is, let me just say this. Elections are not about converting everybody. They're about converting 50% plus one, right? They're about getting more votes than the other side. 50% plus one, not 51%, 50% plus one, right? That's the goal, okay? So always keep that in mind. Now, obviously, all of us want our friends and family to be good people. We don't want to live in a world where those closest to us are actually disgusting pieces of shit. And voting for Ken Paxton is a sign of real moral decrepitude. I'm not gonna you know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, man. Ken Paxton is a corrupt piece of shit who literally takes bribes and is evil and supports genocide. The guy is a fucking freak, okay? If you like Ken Paxton, there's something wrong with you, you know, like legitimately, okay? So, you know, okay, so that's the thing that I would say right off the bat. So here's kind of how I would orient it if I were you. I would try to look for a vote. Go out there and try to turn out people to vote for each one of your family members that have told you they're going to vote for Ken Paxton. Go and find a greater number of people that you know that you could convince to vote, to lock in their vote for the opponent. Going out there and do proportional relational organizing and use those family members of yours as fuel that you've got to offset. Okay, that's step one. Find the low-hanging fruit in your life that you can ensure will turn up. And then, only then, when you run out of those people, when you run out of the low-hanging fruit, when you run out of the easy people, friends, family, strangers even, colleagues, then we can work on your friends and family that are fucking Republican. Okay, does that make sense? And that's how you should do it for every campaign. For the rest of your life, that's how you should proceed. Okay, friends and family that are right-wing. My approach to this comes down into, it depends on how much you rely on the family, right? Are you reliant on them for material support? Do they pay your rent? Do they help you go to school? Are they, you know, are they integrated into your day-to-day life? Do they help you provide childcare? Like, how dependent are you on these people? How integrated are they into your life? And the reason why I ask you that question is because it has to do with fully embracing all elements of persuasion and rhetoric. If you watch my stream for a while, you know that I am an advocate of the version of rhetorical strategy that embraces ethos, pathos, and logos, right? So when you're talking to friends and family, pathos is a strong pillar. Emotional appeal, right? Relational connection, group identity are all powerful tools to break people out of their little tribal identity as a Republican, which is usually what's at operation here. Most at least 45 to 55% of Republicans don't even agree with what Republicans support politically. They just identify with Republicans. Only about 45% of Republicans are actually ideologically conservative in any serious way. So, like, we're talking about, like, people who identify Republican, we're in a smaller and smaller sliver of the country, right? So if your family are, like, dyed-in-the-wool conservative ideologues, well, then there's probably not much you can do because they have built both their cognitive worldview and a lot of other shit deeply entrenched around this conservative viewpoint, which, you know, that's going to be hard to shake out. There's really, I mean, you know, and I hate to tell you this, but part of wisdom, and this is something that everybody needs to accept, is to recognize when someone's an enemy, right? Imagine it's the Civil War and your family is ripping down the American flag to raise the fucking stainless banner of the Confederacy. They're putting on yellow uniforms. They're marching to Bull Run. You know, like, at a certain point, they're just an enemy, even if you share blood. You know, it is what it is. And then you have to reckon with how much you're comfortable with loving an evil person. You know, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to defoo them or anything. I'm just saying, like, hey, sometimes you're going to have to reflect on yourself. And that's why we talk about that pathos, which is like, okay, for me, one of the things that I did to help persuade my parents was I talked about student loans. And I went to them and I said, quite frankly, you guys did not pay for my college. When I was 18, I became an adult and I never got any real support from you going forward. You didn't borrow money from me. You didn't give me money. I went out and I went to school and I paid for that shit. I borrowed that shit. And now I have student loans. You didn't have student loans. You guys, when you went to college, you did not have student loans. It was cheap for you. Those policies were changed by the Republicans. I now have student loans. If you want a grandchild, if you want me to own my own home, then I need to be in the financial position to do it. This politician supports student loan forgiveness. This politician would significantly change my life and our lives. So unless you're going to write me a $150,000 check, I don't want to hear a word from you about politics. That isn't yes, sir, no, excuse, sir. Because you didn't set me up for life. I was 18 and I was cut adrift. I had to do that on my own. And that's the way that I'm going. And you guys got welfare from the government for schooling. You lived a different life as a boomer than we do now. And if you want to go through the math, I'll show you the math. So I was very confrontational. I basically went at them and said, this is, would you vote to give me $200,000 or $150,000? If the answer is yes, then you vote for fucking Bernie Sanders. I made it very material. I made it very, very material. Now, my parents, I also talked to them about a whole bunch of other stuff. They're very intelligent, educated people. You know, they got educated after they had me, especially my mom. You know, so my mom got into college when I was 5, which is a pretty impressive thing, you know, taking me to her college classes. But I've tried. Both my parents are Trump dick riders. It's rough out there. I mean, if it were me, I'll just tell you this. I would say it's me or Trump. You know, if you pick Trump, then you get Trump. Don't talk to me. You know, that's me. I'm not telling you that you have to do that, you know, but for me, and I would mean it, you know, like, so I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit built different. But then, you know, so the reason why we're talking about this is like, I'm not saying to use that exact strategy. I'm just saying that, you know, maybe there's something about your parents, like you need to understand what category of person are they, right? Are they an ideologue conservative? Are they kind of a low information cultural conservative? Are like, how important is Republican identity to them? What about your community? What is their informational diet? You know, you need to get a fuller picture of them than just like standing up to them and making an argument, because that shit doesn't work. Trust me. You have to know the context. Some of us need to come to terms with our parents may be bad people if they're your parents are one of two people. Bad people outright in that they like what Trump is doing, or deeply morally lazy, in which case they don't care what Trump is doing as long as it doesn't affect them, which makes them kind of an evil piece of shit as well. My dad thinks Musk is a once-in-a-lifetime genius and Islam is the greatest threat to the West. What did Elon Musk invent? My parents were business owners that retired early with commercial real estate. I mean, you know, they're capitalists, man. I mean, they're capitalists. Like it's a class interest, right? They're literally capitalists. They live off of unearned income. You know, like, yeah, your family being Republican makes sense. I mean, they are capitalists.
Well, it happened. At long last, the federal government has finally freed itself of all distractions so that they may now begin focusing on the most important issues of the day, going after Twitch streamers.
Bro, I'm over here doing election analysis, and this guy goes, "Fart of the year, please watch."
I mean, clearly the guy belongs on the FBI's most wanted list. Not for anything he said, I just think it's high time we see some legal repercussions for this monstrosity of an outfit, or this one, or this one, or this one. If you follow American politics at all, you've probably, at some point or another, heard of leftist streamer Hasan Piker. After all, he spent a good deal of time in the headlines this year, becoming especially popular among the highly reputable brain trust that exists over at Fox News.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hall of the Mountain King was like, I can remember the Hall of the Mountain King the first time I heard it. I was in elementary school and it was a recorder class. Y'all had our little recorders and the music teacher put it on. And I was like, holy shit, this is fire. Holy shit, this is fire. It was like the perfect energy for an elementary school music class because it kind of builds up. You know what I mean? You know, and it was just honestly, truly an awesome song. And I learned what it was then and I haven't forgotten. It burned into my memory. All of Mountain King is what we're listening to, the song.
Fox News.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
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 Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
That was all in the span of 25 days, by the way. Whatever you may personally think of Hasan, though, is irrelevant to what we're going to be talking about in this video. Because if you consider yourself left-wing in any way, if you oppose this administration and all the evil it espouses, then it makes sense for you to oppose the federal government issuing a subpoena to anyone for the crime of, let's see, delivering humanitarian aid to the disenfranchised people of Cuba. And don't forget, there have been 0 new investigations opened up into any one of Jeffrey Epstein's many associates. According to this crooked DOJ, they don't even exist, while other countries, including the United Kingdom, have actually taken steps to arrest members of their Epstein elite. Our idiot government can't do any of that because they're apparently too busy going after content creators. As, of course, Fox News was thrilled to report Saturday night, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, though at the time of me recording this, both Piker and Benjamin maintain that they have yet to actually receive a subpoena, so that doesn't mean there isn't one on the way.
My guess, if I had to guess, this has to do with some sort of House Oversight Committee, and it's getting mixed up with some other enforcement mechanism, and it was leaked from the DOJ, but the Fox News reporter bungled it. And this is more of a political subpoena for a House Oversight Committee hearing as opposed to an investigatory hearing. I mean, maybe I'm not trying to cope or anything. I think the journalist is just an idiot.
Any chance that that unhinged Fox News author made it up? Probably not. But again, I don't know because I haven't received a fucking subpoena, so I have no idea. I don't know. So there is that side of the story as well.
But they continue. The administrative subpoenas, called Requests for Information, or RFI, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around trips the two widely bragged about making to the island nation in March with delegations of the Nuestra America Convoy, or Our America Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba. Keep in mind also that this comes just days after the DOJ indicted, of all people, the 94-year-old former president of Cuba, Raul Castro, in a bizarre move that I don't think anyone sees any real value in. Gas prices are still through the roof. Nobody can afford anything. But sure, let's spend our time going after a bedridden old man in another country. Why not? After all, it does seem more and more likely by the day that our government is preparing for some kind of military action against the small island, with the typical war hawks clamoring for blood as per usual. I believe the liberation of the wonderful people of Cuba from the clutches of communism is close at hand. Yeah, just like we liberated the people of Venezuela and Iran by fucking killing them, right, Lindsay? Life in those countries is sure better now thanks to our kind and selfless liberation, isn't it? The investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at Treasury, State, and Justice Departments to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States, particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts the US government classifies as terrorism. Okay, so it's terrorism now to care about those who have been ceaselessly punished by our country for the crime of living in a country we deem an enemy. Got it. It's extremist to want those people to have food and energy, but it's not extremist for our government to deprive said people of basic necessities. Makes total sense, really.
I mean, you have to understand that the entire point of these sanctions, the entire point of this blockade is to try to discredit the idea that you could be left wing, that you will be allowed to develop unless you're under the American umbrella, right? And that's really what it is about. Like, if you want your country not to be a shithole, America has to give you permission, and Americans have to make a lot of money. And the problem is there's no way for that to happen and the state not be corrupt. And if a state is corrupt, do you think corrupt guys know how to develop a country? No, they just steal money and then they send their kids to fucking Los Angeles. Who do you think owns all those houses in the Hollywood Hills? Americans? You know, maybe some of the capitalists that have stolen money are on the Hollywood Hills, but it's a lot of fucking dictators, fail sons. Okay, we have like the thing is that America relies heavily on that theft. And so whenever you have like a developmental state that's like, no, we're going to be independent. No, we're going to be treated as equals in the international system. And we will have mutually beneficial deals, and we'll control our own assets and our own property. We'll develop our own corporations and our own bourgeoisie or whatever. America's like, nah, I think that's a little bit communism. I think that's a little bit communist. And we're not going to let you trade with any other country. Now, modern industrial society requires the international trade networks, right? The United States of America can't even make electric motors. We rely on China for basic electric motors, like a fan, you know, a ceiling fan. America can't make those. We rely on parts from China in order to do those. We are literally dependent on foreign trade. If America was treated the same way as Cuba, our economy would collapse. You would be living in the same poverty as Cuba. So when they sanction or blockade Cuba, or sanction or blockade North Korea or Venezuela or whatever, and they destroy the economy of these countries, and they say it's because socialism caused it to fail, what they really mean is, if you do not represent yourself as an American puppet, then we will make your economy isolated from the rest of the world by force, and we will make your people impoverished. And so the rest of the global South is put into a catch-22. Either you allow corrupt looting of your country, or we will sanction and blockade you. And what's funny is that even with the sanction and blockading, Cuba is better than a lot of the other countries that the United States just loots. That's the thing that's fucking hilarious, is that even though Cuba has been blockaded and sanctioned for 70 fucking years, it's still better than a lot of the countries that America is allowed to loot. And that's kind of the issue, right? And it's also why they're so pissed off about China, right? They thought that China would be corrupt. They thought China would be like Russia and let them loot the fuck out of it and spend 30 years in the dirt, and they could have basically slave labor, and they would have a dictatorial society that would prevent any kind of like money flowing back into China. They didn't expect the Communist Party to actually successfully contain the capitalist class. They didn't actually expect that somebody like Xi Jinping would actually take power within China and start purging the corrupt and the CIA agents and all that. They didn't think any of that would happen. They didn't think China would be able to stand on its own 2 feet and start to develop to such an extent that it was a competitor at the most advanced levels of manufacturing and design and innovation. They didn't think that would happen. As much as little as 10 years ago, that was a pie in the sky fear. And now it's here. And that's why we're having all this scrambling is happening. All these attempts to crush the remaining outposts of anti-American resistance throughout the world. They're trying to rush to get to them before China ascends to the level where it could be a clear guarantor of security for states around the world. Right now, China is focused on its own national security, its own ability to maintain its own independence. It's trying to avoid being isolated and denied access to the world, participation in the world economy. What about yeah. It's full of ANCAP psychopaths that have festered in Silicon Valley. They are so fucking stupid. They're literally going to take us all down with them. Oh yeah. I mean, Silicon Valley and Elon Musk and all the most biggest libertarian ANCAP guys, they made all their money from the government. All these right-wing billionaires, they all made their money from the government. Oracle, Elon, Peter Thiel, they're all government guys. They're calling it Steyermania. Honestly, this is the best case scenario. This is the best case scenario. The best case scenario is that it's a Republican versus Democrat, and it's Steyer. This would be fucking awesome. This would be fucking awesome. Steyer is exactly the type of politician that California needs. And I'm not saying this because I like the billionaire and I think he's a dipshit and he's done a lot of dumb stuff and a lot of evil things. But he is he wants to be loved. And so he's constantly like orienting himself around socialists, but they all don't trust him. So it's like somebody that he's like chasing after, but will never fall for it. So he has to keep doing stuff for us and it'll never be good enough. That's gonna be fucking, but he's rich enough that he can like fight off the APAC money with his own money. So we won't have to fund his ass You know, like he'll self-fund. We can spend our money elsewhere. Like honestly, that's awesome. Best case scenario.
Scrutiny reflects growing concern among federal authorities and lawmakers over whether foreign actors and aligned organizations are attempting to shape American political discourse, mobilize activists, sow discord, and normalize rhetoric that could encourage violence or undermine U.S. national security interests. The investigation by the Office of Foreign Assets Control is part of a broader dragnet that includes as many as 40 American citizens who joined foreign nationals who are a part of a global network of anti-U.S. Marxists, communists, and socialists.
By the way, even if that was true, what does anti-American even mean? What does anti-American even mean? And so, like, I don't even know what the fuck that means. What are they actually trying to say? We don't approve, or they don't approve of America's like policies? Like, what does anti-American even mean in this context?
Subpoenas are expected, because if the feds get their way here, it won't just be Hasan Piker that they target. It's clear they're testing the waters right now to see what all they might be able to get away with later on down the road, which is why their attempts should be called out now before they turn the heat up even further. Fox continues, the administrative subpoenas mark a serious escalation by the Trump administration against a far-left nonprofit activist network that has spent years defending communist regimes from Cuba to China, while presenting its work as humanitarian aid, anti-war organizing, and solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. Amazing and deliberate use of quotation marks there. Anyone acting like the people of Cuba haven't been oppressed by the United States for generations is either being disingenuous or doesn't know their history and is blind to what's happening right now. Could be all of those things, though. As reported by CNN just the other day, a U.S. outlet that has no interest in defending the government of Cuba, almost 3 months after the U.S. effectively imposed an oil blockade on Cuba that worsened its energy crunch, nearly every aspect of Cuban society
By the way, when they say oil blockade, they don't just mean like America won't sell Cuba oil. They invaded Venezuela, they kidnapped the president illegally, and now they using the military to block any other country from trading oil with Cuba. They are threatening countries like Mexico that they not sell oil to Cuba. So it's not like Cuba is failing because socialism failed or something. It is they're not physically allowed to trade they're not allowed to exchange willing transactions with third parties.
Been feeling the strain. Trash has been piling up on the streets of the capital. Hospital stays and surgeries are being limited. People are using wood fires to heat water, and blackouts have become commonplace. Since the 1960s, the US has maintained an economic embargo on Cuba that has cost the island trillions of dollars and impacted its overall human development, according to a United Nations report. Despite calls from many nations to lift the penalties, the US has recently ratcheted up pressure on the communist-run island. They report that the U.S.
By the way, it's not like the United States hates communism so much that it would do this. We trade with Vietnam and China regularly. It's not like we're so, oh my God, they're communists. We hate them. We'll never allow any communist to live. Well, that's not true. America depends on Vietnam and China. Like, we trade with them for a significant portion of our foreign trade. It's not like we're against communist parties running countries. We don't give a shit about that. So anytime somebody goes like, oh, they're communist, America doesn't give a shit. It never has.
Cut off Cuba's supply of oil back in January when we liberated the people of Venezuela by kidnapping their leader and forcing its acting government to halt shipments of oil, with Cuba then losing Mexico as an oil provider when the US threatened them with tariffs. What we are witnessing is a very deliberate attempt to make life in Cuba as miserable as possible for average citizens. That's the effect anyway. The lack of oil, which Cuba uses to power vehicles and generate electricity, has exacerbated the country's long-running energy crisis. Power outages have become frequent, with power plants lacking sufficient fuel to operate. The shortage is also affecting water supply, according to the president of the National Institute of Hydraulic Resources. CNN reports that beyond water and power, the fuel shortage is straining other essential services, including education, transportation, and medicine. Cuba's president has said that tens of thousands of people are waiting for an operation that can't be carried out due to a lack of electricity. Public transportation transportation has been reduced, resulting in long lines at stations and overcrowded buses. Human Rights Watch warns that the lack of electricity is affecting virtually every aspect of daily life. As the organization's America's director said, the humanitarian situation in Cuba was already extremely fragile, but the electricity crisis is pushing many essential services to the limit. People don't have reliable access to drinking water, hospitals can't operate safely, basic goods are becoming increasingly difficult to obtain, and garbage is piling up on the streets. And so when people do go over there with an attempt to deliver aid and hopefully maybe mitigate a fraction of the pain being felt throughout the island, this demonic administration punishes them for it.
Well, yeah, they're the ones doing it. You know what I mean? It's like, of course they're mad we're helping to stop it, right? But they're too weak to block China, right? Like, China is clearly the country that is assisting Cuba the most and helping Cuba survive the blockade the most. And Trump is too dickless to do anything to China. So in his impotent rage, he goes after private citizens.
Successful they'll be in carrying out their plans remains to be seen, but the fact that they're trying certainly isn't great. Another part of the Fox News article states that according to public statements, it's believed the delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list as businesses directly tied to the communist government of Cuba, designated the state sponsor of terrorism. Ryan Grimm, a reporter who also attended the aid mission to Cuba, responded to this claim on Twitter by writing, "We stayed at a legal hotel. This whole thing seems to stem from an erroneous viral tweet. Know who did actually stay at a sanctioned hotel? Nick Shirley. We know because he broadcast from it and told everyone he stayed there. You guys know Nick Shirley, right? MAGA's new favorite illiterate who gained immense prominence for exposing Somalian fraud in Minneapolis, prompting the president to send more ICE agents into the city, which culminated in the assassinations of 2 American citizens. The Nick Shirley who took credit for the chaos that ensued after Renee Good's execution? Yeah, that's who Ryan's referring to here.
So Nick Shirley, the right-wing influencer, says that he's being held hostage in a hotel in Cuba. Well, guess what? We found the hotel. It's right here, Hotel Nacional. And it's actually illegal for him to be at this hotel, but not illegal under Cuban law. It's illegal under U.S. law. Let me show you how we know it's a hotel. All right, if you look at the tweet and the video that he posted, that's the room he's staying in, pretty much. Right? Red curtains. This is the Hotel Nacional website. You can pretty much you can't stay in this hotel legally as a U.S. citizen according to U.S. law. Here it is right here. Cuba prohibited accommodations list.
Isn't this fucking silly? Isn't this so fucking silly that they have to be like, Cuba would fail. Cuba's socialism is failing. And now like they have to do this fucking shit where they have to threaten people with prison in order to try to maintain their fucking loser blockade. And the Democrats do this, by the way, because they're trying to get right-wing Cuban racists, fascists, to vote Democrat, which they haven't done for like 10 years now. So we are literally causing Cubans to die out of the hope some Cuban fucking nationalist fascist will vote Democrat. Like, isn't this just embarrassing? And then people will be like, I hate Graham Plattner because he has a tattoo that he got covered up, that he didn't know what it was. I hate him. Meanwhile, Democrats are in lockstep with this shit, killing people. Is the subpoena real? That's what the question mark's for. This is a rare situation where I put a question in my title and the answer is probably no. Usually when you see a question in a headline, the answer is no, except for me.
Below is the U.S. Department of State's Cuba prohibited accommodations list, a list of properties.
It's ridiculous how these lists even exist. It's not shocking at all that a right-wing dipshit actually violated it for nothing. The reason why this Nick Shirley situation is very important to understand is it's called legal realism. The law is not enforced because he violated the legal formalities, right? Like Nick Shirley violated the Cuba prohibited accommodations list. Shouldn't he be getting prosecuted as a matter of course, right? The answer is no. Prosecutions happen not when laws are violated, but when that violation is detected. And even more importantly, a empowered prosecutor exercises their discretion to prosecute. It doesn't matter what crime you commit. Prosecutors are not bound to prosecute. They can decide not to. Do you understand that? That's the way law enforcement actually works. So that's also why whenever somebody's like, oh, black people commit more crimes than white people. No, it's that black people have discretion exercised against them at a higher rate than white people do. Law enforcement is much more likely to give white guys a pass or not even arrest them at all. And this kind of like baked in racism, and white juries are more likely to convict black defendants. So this kind of racism is baked into the final numbers that got put out. They'll probably try to serve other papers in LA, right? There may be more developments now that he's back. I mean, we'll see. We'll absolutely see. I tend to think, if I were Hasan, I wouldn't talk about this shit on stream anymore. If it was me, because unfortunately, everything you say, we are now politicians, and everything we say is treated as if it's a pronouncement, right? And because we are involved with supporting like political movements, we are treated as politicians. So like we're little baby streamers stuff can't work anymore. And like I want, I honest to God, it sucks. It sucks because authentic political commentary is what we need more than ever. And that's why they're trying to muzzle us, right? And they're trying to say that anything I've said is now suddenly endorsed by any politician that I campaign with. The no more I'm just a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I know. I never thought that was a good thing to say. I always hated when Hasan downplayed himself, called himself a Twitch streamer, or said he was dumb. I always found that to be incredibly bad. And I just don't agree with it. And the reason why I don't agree with it is because a lot of people are stupid. So if you say you're stupid, a lot of stupid people that think they're smart will go, haha, he admits he's stupid. I would never admit it because they're stupid. And so they don't understand the concept of humility. They don't understand the concept of self-deprecation. They're narcissists. But anytime you say you're dumb, people use it to like downplay your intellect and your arguments. Why should I listen to you? Even you admit you're dumb. That kind of thing. Again, you fail ethos. They attack your credibility. And it's all just, it's annoying. And like ultimately, like I know why Hasan does it. Because when you're 6'4" and you're attractive, people don't want to believe you're also smart. Like they think they think life is an RPG character creation screen and you have to click down on int to have your charisma go up, which is not how life works, by the way. It's random rolls, motherfucker. Some people have 20s and everything. Some people have 1s and everything. Like, some people have high int and low charisma. That's me. Some people have high at everything. That's just the way it goes. Say what? Yeah, I'm going along with the analogy. Now you're speaking my language. The sports metaphor yesterday lost me, but this I understand. I try to mix my metaphors, right? I try to move them around, get everybody. I think my high mental stat is wisdom is a good stat. Hasan is the Wemby of political commentators. Dude is a fake character we made in the past. I don't even know what you're trying to say there. That analogy doesn't hit for me. Do I have the Wild Wasteland perk? No, unfortunately. Not yet. Did I ever finish BG3? You know what? Can I be completely honest about BG3? I want to start a new game because it's been so long since I played it. But every time I'm about to, I'm like, I don't know how to make... What build am I going to do? I got to come up with 5 builds. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with these builds. I get into this min-maxing paralysis where there's just too many, for me to play RPGs, I have to understand the systems, especially if they're 300 hours long. I don't want to miss content. And then I'm like, builds are unnecessary, put it into story mode. Are you fucking, that's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. I would play tactical. I always play the highest difficulty level. I'm not playing the one where if you fuck up, you get your character erased because I don't know the game. But I'm not playing low difficulty. What the fuck's the point of a game? Wemby is a 7'4" basketball superstar that could shoot like a point guard. He should. Oh yeah, exactly. No, exactly. But he does exist. That's the point. We need a permadeath Subnautica stream. True. True. Play a Dark Urge sorcerer. I don't know if I want to play an evil playthrough. I don't know if I want to play an evil playthrough for my first playthrough. Resist the urge. Ew. Why the fuck would you go, I'm going to play the evil playthrough, but then I'm going to be good? No. Make a good character, then make a fucking evil character. Chat, getting Mike to play games is harder than getting Hasan to play. No, I play games just as a hobby, though. Just respec Shadowheart right away. Her stats are fucked by default. I was playing it when it first came out, and I made a Tav that was a Vengeance Paladin. Because I was also playing a Vengeance in a D&D campaign. So I was I knew the Paladin. So I was like, oh, I'll play that. Resist Urge is the best story of the game, all about redemption. Oh, okay, maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. Resisting Dirge clearly has the most effort put into it in terms of writing. Make a tavern brawler. Ew. 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 I don't want to throw stuff. That's lame. It's fun to throw people too. Okay. The thing I like about BG3 is how a lot of the party characters are kind of problematic and shitty, but they have the potential for redemption to become better people. The character growth in the game is truly great. If only Will had a little bit more. I feel like they cut content. Tavern brawler drunk monk. Okay, now you're bringing me back. You're bringing me back. You're bringing me back. Tavern brawler drunk monk. Oh, you're bringing me back. All right, let's keep going.
In Cuba, at which the Cuban assets control regulations generally prohibit persons subject to U.S. jurisdiction from lodging, paying for lodging, or making any reservation for or on behalf of a third party to lodge.
Though to be fair to Nick, I'm not sure how he would know his hotel was on the sanctions list, considering that he doesn't know how to read or speak beyond a third grade level.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just
The fact that he's wearing the Quality Leering Center as he says that, like, I do feel that as a millennial, like an elder millennial, I don't really know how school is like now. I don't know if they like completely redid school to make it ineffective, or there was some sort of like I don't know if they don't know how to educate kids anymore. Like I like, to me, Aiden Ross and Nick Shirley are the same guy.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization on ultra-analyst, oh my God, ultra-analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck a fascism is.
I'm sure I believe you, man. I think we all believe that you don't know what that means.
Don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo! All right, bro. See what I'm saying, chat? Like, this is why I don't fuck with y'all, bro. Like, dude, like, this is what the fuck I don't... Bro, I don't fuck with y'all. Far right authorization, centralized...
And, like, I think one of the problems that we have in the left in general is there's a lot of people that are... How do I put this? I'll just explain it the way that my parents would have explained it 20 years ago. They would have said, we don't like those people. They're white trash. They're classless, right? Even though my mom was the 10th child, right? She was number 10, the 10th child of her mother's. She would be like, because she had that kind of like anxiety about being poor. So they worked really hard to like raise themselves up, to be socially mobile, to move up. Right. And so they tried to, you know, be clean, be well groomed, take care of themselves. You know, they tried to separate themselves from like that kind of debauched. My parents would have also said low rent. That was the thing my parents used to say. They would say that's low rent. If you did something like if I ate pizza and I got grease on my hands and then I wiped it on my jeans, they would say, don't wipe it. Get a napkin. Don't wipe that on your pants. That's low rent. That's what they would say. And what I think, the reason why I bring this up, because don't we all want low rent? Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? What they were really saying is you're being a scumbag. You're being low class. Your behaviors are representative of somebody who isn't trained properly in etiquette and manners. You are indicating through your behavior that you don't come from a good family, right? So there's this like class anxiety that goes with behavior. And I think that kind of like, that's what's behind a lot of this policing that goes on in the left, by the way. It's why so many of these people hate Graham Plattner. It's not just because of the tattoo. The tattoo is a pretense. The real reason they don't like him is he's a white trash guy. He puts out a presentation of being a white blue collar guy, a trashy guy, a Howard Stern listener, you know, back 20 years ago. And he is a ruffian. He is not somebody that would be willing to that they would see in their kind of manicured upper middle class, downwardly mobile world, right? Like, how many plumbers do you hang out? How many electricians do you hang out with? How many blue collar guys do you actually interact with? Not just white guys. I'm talking about any blue collar guys, right? And to me, I was one of those guys, right? You know, I worked with my hands. Like I had a job with those guys. And I think I lost that kind of like perspective of the world where I look down upon these kind of people. And Donald Trump has just made it worse because Donald Trump, he converted a lot of those people. A lot of those people, they have been hit hardest by globalization, right? Who are the people that lost the most? It was people that were ancestral Democrats in the Pittsburgh, you know, Pennsylvania, the Midwest, the upper Midwest, the Rust Belt, upstate New York, New Jersey, West Virginia, the Appalachians. A lot of these people used to be Democratic. Fuck, West Virginia voted for Al Gore, if you want to understand how recent this is. And Donald Trump was kind of the capstone of a transition that really began under Carter. It accelerated under Clinton and NAFTA and the globalization, the exporting of manufacturing jobs. It accelerated under Obama because Obama represented the interests of the new kind of information age Democrat, the upper middle class Democrat, professional class Democrat that was seizing control of the party. And Donald Trump is really the capstone of the reaction to that, where white working class people became identity tied up with Donald Trump, especially if they were evangelical, right? And so when people see somebody like Graham Plattner represents a road not taken, right? But he still has a lot of, like, for example, patriotism is a sign of low class to the upper middle class white people. Being patriotic is a signal of being low class. Like liking America, loving America, waving the flag, you know, that shit is low class. That is a signal of being kind of trashy. If you're a white person that waves a flag to an upper middle class white leftist, that is trashy. They don't like that shit. And I'm not saying that there isn't like, of course the American empire is terrible, like, duh. But I'm talking about class signaling. I'm not talking about the you know, when some guy waves an American flag at the 4th of July picnic, he's not thinking of, yeah, guys, we're going to do imperialism in Cuba. That's not what they're thinking. And those that do are fascists. Graham Plattner is not saying that. He's saying it's bad. So you're saying you're against the empire. Graham Plattner is agreeing with you. The empire is terrible. Those wars were in vain. He wants to bring them home. He doesn't want to have wars and conflict with China. He wants cooperation. So on the actual policies, he's with what you say you care about. But why you don't like him is it's intuitive. The signaling he's giving off is giving off something that you distance yourself from. That's why people feel the way they do. And that's why they are so stuck on this position, because it's not really about politics. It's more about that class signaling. Liking Graham Plattner is trashy, which is why he's winning in Maine, by the way. He's winning in Maine because that's what Maine is. It's a bunch of trashy white people. That's why he's winning. That's why Paul LePage won. Susan Collins is from a different type of Republican, right? Susan Collins is from a different type of Republican, a type of Republican that a lot of upper class white libs used to vote for, which is this kind of like New England social liberal Republican, Rockefeller Republican. She comes from that tradition. She's the last of her type, the last Republican from New England. I used to know a lot of these type of people. That used to be what the collar counties of Philadelphia were. The hardcore Republican base in Pennsylvania used to be the suburban counties of Philadelphia. It used to be Bucks County, Montgomery County, Berks County. Those counties used to be the heartland of Republicanism. That was a Rockefeller liberal Republican. Those people are now Ben Shapiro, right? And a lot of the trashy whites that used to be the backbone of the Democratic Party are now Trump Republicans. And not all of them, especially the non-Christian ones, the non-evangelical white trashy people, they're open for business, baby, and they love Bernie. They're winnable. Now, I'm talking about a lot of different factors here, but no one else is going to make this analysis but me. Like, that's the problem, is that people are not making these analyses. They're making very, very status-oriented, non-autistic analyses. They're focused on their presentation, right? And like, you know, a really popular brand right now is signaling for upper class whites, right? That if they, you know, a lot of upper class white libs, very self-conscious, they like to perform contrition for clout. They love it. They fucking love it. That's like, that is, I mean, that's gold, baby. Like, you want to make money? Robin DeAngelo, white fragility. That's what the fucking white liberal wants to buy. Cloutrition. Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing. The current Graham Copes are now either the new tattoo is still an Aussie to do it. Look at this random Nazi who photobombed him. Yeah, like nobody gives a they don't give a shit about that shit. They don't care. It's again, it's signaling. He's a trashy white guy. They don't want anything to do with trashy white people. I mean, especially if you're from Georgia or something, you know, the type of white person that lives in Maine is different than the type of trashy white that lives in fucking Georgia. Okay? Like there are. And I know because I've lived all over the country. I know the different flavors of vanilla in America, okay? Right? I know the different flavors. You know, some people look at white and all they see is the Costco bulk vanilla ice cream with vanilla and fake shit. I know the French vanilla. I know the double vanilla, right? I know the handcrafted vanilla bean. What state is vanilla bean? Vermont. Vermont is organic vanilla bean. Georgia is Turkey Hill bulk vanilla. And like in our politics today, you need to be able to distinguish between the different types of vanilla. You do, right? Although Turkey Hill actually makes pretty good ice cream. I was throwing out. It should be like great value bulk vanilla ice cream from Walmart. You guys know what I'm talking about? Those like 5-gallon buckets. The fucking great value 5-gallon buckets from Walmart. Turkey Hill is actually not bad. They actually make pretty decent ice cream. I was just thinking of like an off-brand, but it's not really an off-brand. And by the way, if you're a non-evangelical white, you probably love Bernie Sanders. Actually, I would love to see that. Has anybody done studies on that? I need to do a thing on the types of white. I want non-evangelical, non-college polling. That's the 4 working class. Oh, wait. Oh, this might be good. Oh, white evangelical vote, white non. Oh, here we go. Yes. This is good shit. Okay. White evangelical vote for president. No college degree. Men, no college degree. Trump, 90%. This is what you're thinking of. Now, if you're a black man in Georgia, this is what you're thinking of when you're thinking of Graham Plattner. I'm sorry, but that's not Graham Plattner. That's not what Maine is. Okay. But if you go over here, not white, non-evangelical vote for president by education and gender. No college degree. Non-evangelical voted for Harris, 52%. Trump, 45%. How many of you knew that? Hell, white men, no college degree that were white, they voted for Biden in 2020. This is the real swing. This is the real swing voter. And they love Graham Plattner. And they love Bernie Sanders. It's the white non-evangelical voters. Now, if you look at the white non-evangelicals with a college degree, they voted for Harris by fucking a significant amount, and they gave 63% to Biden. White men with a college degree who are non-evangelical are 2/3 voting for Joe Biden. Did you know that? And white women that are non-evangelical with a college degree are 71% Democrat. So the real divide is over religion. That's what people don't understand. The real the division among white people is not education, although that matters. It's religion. The white Southerner is a fucking Nazi if they're evangelical. The white evangelical Southerner votes like they're a fucking cult member. That's what people don't recognize. Like, this actually pollutes the way we think about politics because people think this gets averaged into this. Like, look at the difference here. These people are unwinnable. Okay. And by the way, look at this. Women with college degree, 74% Trump if they were evangelical. How many people know this? This is like actually the most important point. Like, actually, white people are not. The difference is half of America, like the part of America that's evangelical, are fucking evil. And they always have been. I mean, I'm sorry. These are the Confederates. These are the segregationists. These are the people. Like, this is what people don't know. They don't understand. Is that, and it's not even Protestant. There's mainline Protestants. They're over here. This is specifically evangelical Protestant American whites are the demons of hell in America. And like, I mean, yes, I know voting for Harris is not the perfect example of meaning you're not racist, but I think it's a good I think it's a good filter, right? If you're a white guy voting for Harris, you're probably much more, or Biden, you're probably much more likely to at least not be so virulently racist, you know? And this is the flavors of white is really important for people to understand. I'm going to actually save this because this is like, wow, this is such good data for Brookings. That's such good data from Brookings. I'm going to stick that over there. I might even make a video about that. New Hasan poll, did you see? Everybody hates Erica Kirk. No one knows about Hasan Piker. Well, that's going to change, unfortunately. They're trying to make everybody who's a right winger know who his this guy. Does this guy hate me? Why does this guy hate me? Oh, he doesn't. Wait, he does. Why the fuck does this guy hate me? Probably because I made fun of like, I don't know who fucking who fucking knows. Probably because I don't like Kamala Harris. Voters use left-right political labels as mental shortcuts, not strict policy matches. Wow, you don't say. Thank you for that. All right, let's get back to finishing this video. Then we're gonna dive into some fun stuff that I saw. We got off on track. All I'm trying to say is a lot of the people that talk about politics don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to voter psychology, and they paint with such broad brushes as to make their advice terrible. And there's a lot of status consciousness and status signaling that's going on, and a lot of white people like to consume this kind of like, the conservatives have a point about white liberal guilt. They do have a point about that. That's not completely wrong. There is a certain, but it's not real guilt. It's more about the performance of I am a good person, therefore I'm guilty about the past. But it's not a real actionable policy set. It is kneeling with Kente cloth and voting against reparations. It's about signaling virtue. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that term because it's now fucking been used so much, nobody even knows what it means anymore.
Well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president.
But of course, Nick Shirley's safe because he's on the right. He can do whatever he wants, whether it's staying in the wrong hotels in Cuba or palling around with former neighbors of Jeffrey Epstein. Who cares? The possibilities are endless as long as you aren't questioning the president's agenda. Otherwise, you may just become enemy number one, as Stephen Colbert is well aware of, with Donald Trump dropping the mask the other night and taking a victory lap of getting his show taken off the air by posting this AI video of him throwing Colbert in a dumpster. So just openly bragging about government censorship then. Awesome. I guess they aren't trying to hide that they're the least free speech administration in American history. They're proud of that fact. This also comes not long after a bullshit resolution was proposed in the House of Representatives to condemn Hasan Piker's supposed anti-Semitism. Although anyone with a functioning brainstem knows that anti-Semitism, in the context of condemning Hasan anyway, is just a stand-in for anti-Zionism. They introduced this resolution because he's an ardent critic of Israel, okay, that's it. If the performative representatives who brought this resolution forward cared about hate speech or whatever, they would have censured their grotesque ogre of a colleague, Randy Fine, ages ago. A congressman out of Florida who said that Muslims should be destroyed, compared them to dogs, and has advocated for the nuking of civilians living in Gaza. And Randy Fine isn't just some influencer, he wields actual influence as an elected member of the House of Representatives. No attempt by Congress to condemn him, though. Absolute crickets there. Imagine if instead of condemning random private citizens, our politicians were invested in actually bettering the lives of everyday Americans, which would, be doing their jobs. What about giving people health care? What about fixing the potholes, or paying teachers, or addressing homelessness? No, nothing? We're just gonna sit around and cry about something a guy on Twitch said? Okay. Hard to imagine then why Congress has an approval rating of 10%. How can anyone expect real legislation to pass, legislation that could actually help the working class, when our politicians are wasting time going after content creators that most of the country hasn't even heard of? It's performative, it's repressive, it's a way for them to clamp down and intimidate critics of Israel, and it gives them a reason to ignore whatever legitimate grievances people may have. Because like I said, don't think for a second that these ghouls intend to stop here. They're already trying to repress the people of this country by redrawing a number of key congressional maps to increase the number of Republicans in the House and limit the representation of minorities in government. They've been hinting at ICE agents being deployed to voting stations this November, and the president himself has hardly been shy about remaining in office beyond 2028.
Come on, when's the first one coming? They said in 28. I said, I'm going to be here in 28. Maybe I'll be here in 32 too. I don't know. maybe I will.
Yeah, maybe he will. Who fucking knows anymore, man? Laws haven't mattered for a while now, have they? I should also mention before we go that the whiniest man on the planet, the most embarrassing piece of walking garbage, the most egregious waste of air anyone has ever seen, Elon Musk, has been crying about Hasan Piker for months now. Despite being the richest man in history, he apparently doesn't have anything better to do than to keep up with the world of Twitch, I guess. Well,
Hasan has had 2 of his exes on the stream, so like I get it. Although, like, listen, I'm not trying to get too weird, but like I was kind of a person who was very skeptical of Ashley St. Clair, but then I heard that maybe she was given a $40 million offer, and I was like, 40 mil? That's a lot. That's a lot. 40 mil from Elon? And you said no? Doesn't she still get 50K? I mean, probably. She said no so she could speak out. She said no so she could say whatever the fuck she wanted. Which, respect. 50K a year of child support, or 500K a year of child support, pretty good. Garden City Grove Council getting hammered by residents after the chemical disaster by GKN's weapons manufacturing facility, which supplies key components for Israel's fighting jets. They're demanding the city permanently shuts down the facility. Well, yeah, it almost killed everyone. We didn't really cover this, but I was watching it because I was like, maybe I can get discount. Maybe I could afford a house. I made a joke, and maybe it's in bad taste, but it's like, if it blows up, maybe I could afford a house in the chemical plume. Kind of fucked how Elon only has to pay 500K a year for that child. It is a fraction of the relative amount someone else would have to pay. Well, I mean, yeah. I'm moving to Cancer Alley. The homes are so cheap. Exactly.
Disaster response. To keep each other warm and well fed and well rested.
Okay, let's finish the Hasan video, and then let's make fun of Destiny for a bit.
On Saturday, one of his baby mamas and former conservative influencer Ashley St. Clair appeared on Hasan's stream to gift him a very noteworthy sweatshirt.
What is
this? This is a hoodie.
You got me a hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. Oh God, what's gonna be in this hoodie? This is gonna be. Let's see.
You ready? Are you ready, chat?
Oh God.
Are you ready, chat?
I'm not even gonna see it first. Chat's gonna see it before I do.
I've been sent by Benjamin Netanyahu to get his Twitter account banned.
Yeah, there is no way Elon didn't.
I mean, okay. The thing about Ashley St. Clair is, god damn it, she's good at grifting. Fuck. She's so good at grifting. She's got such a good content brain. No, she's good grifting. God damn it. She is one of those people that just knows who is like, how do I put this? Sociopathic complimentary. Sociopathic complimentary. In the sense of like, she has, you and I would not want to do these things because of these things called emotions, right? And like, you and I wouldn't do this kind of thing because we have, you know, morals. But for Ashley, and I'm not saying this to insult her. I really am not. She just looks at the world and goes, you know, if you want to like ensure that your life is easy, have a baby from a rich dipshit, and then you have effectively gotten yourself out of capitalism. And she went and she was like, oh, Elon Musk is setting a spur to people. Okay, well, I'll just take some of that, and now I'm a millionaire. Just a crass opportunist sociopath who has no shame and understands how to like the cheat codes to society. You know, like I get it. Like I almost admire it, but I don't admire it. I would never do that because I have self-conception that I don't want to go against. But this is like, she's good at grifting. She's good at just being like, oh, okay, cheat code. It's like somebody, like, have you ever played a game with someone and then they were just like, okay, what's the cheat code to add money? And you're like, why? Why would you do that? Like, the game is about figuring out how to get money, and like, you're trying to figure out the puzzle of the game. That's the game. And they're like, why? Why don't I just get a bunch of money and build what I want to build? Click around. Like, why do you care about this? You're the only person who's like watching you play. I want to experience the game easily with no friction. And you're just like, that's not the point of the game. She's like, well, isn't the point of the game to have fun? And you're like, no, the point of the game is to beat the game by playing the game. And she's like, no, I want to have fun. That's how she sees life. And I am just the exact opposite of that. I have some delusion that I'm going to be like a better type of person. That's probably narcissism, honestly. where it's like, I am going to do things the right way and I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to fight against the system. And she's just like, cheat code, infinite money glitch, impulse 99, whatever the fuck you know what I mean? She doesn't give a shit. Achievements off. I don't give a shit. So like, and she's good at grifting, you know, like she is. At least she's good at something, right? I would have made the same decision at 20 years old. I would not, right? And like, you can be sociopathic and a good person. That is possible. Because sociopathy is a way of being. Your actions are what determine if you're a good person or not. They're not innate. You could be a good person who's a sociopath, right? Like that. There is that. That's how I value goodness anyway. It's what you do that makes you good. Did you watch her interview with Jennifer Welsh? No. The neuroscientist who discovered he was a sociopath. Yeah. Self-awareness, high intellect helps, right? Having like the ability to analyze and be self-aware helps. You know, you can go like, I'm not feeling the same type of emotions as other people seem to feel. That's not good.
See that? Look, yeah, I'm not saying Elon made a boss call or anything. This subpoena would have had to be in the works for a while now, of course, but the timing is fucking wild, you gotta admit. I don't know where we go from here, but the message is clear. Criticize this admin, or even worse, dare to travel to another country and deliver aid to the wrong people, and you may just get caught up in a dragnet by this crooked, repressive, fascist band of thugs currently occupying our federal government. It again has nothing to do with what you think of Hasan personally. It doesn't matter if you find Stephen Colbert funny or not. I don't care about any of that. What matters here is the egregious political persecution unfolding in front of us right now. If a fucking Twitch streamer can become an active target of the government, then what's stopping them from coming for you too? What's important is that we show up for each other.
The answer is that you don't matter enough. That's the only thing that keeps them from coming after you.
Much as possible, that we organize, that we don't let any of this discourage us from doing and saying what's right. Because at the end of all of this, I still hold out hope that this piece of shit thug and the rest of its bloodthirsty cronies will go down in history as nothing more than an embarrassing blot on America's legacy. They will be seen as a mere footnote of what this country could be at its worst. We will move past it and they will lose. History will absolve those who oppose them. That's at least the only way I know how to end this video on a positive note. And that's about all I got. Yeah, bye.
What a great video, dude. That like made me want to, that put me in such a good mood. I want to unban the guy from yesterday who thought Medicare for all cost 200 billion and was trying to argue. I now have pity on someone for being that dumb. Insane new ruling in Delaware. If you put price controls on Medicare, could it be that cheap? No. Medicare for all will cost somewhere in the range of $3.5 to $5 trillion dollars. Now, that sounds like a lot, because it is. It's healthcare for every human being in the country. Like, what do you think? Think that's cheap? Corporations could vote in some Delaware elections, judge says. Isn't this just a corporation is an entity, so can't you just give yourself more corporations and then vote more, and then therefore you just have more votes because you have more property? Like, isn't that... It's just you voting. A corporation is a construct of humans. What the fuck are you saying? That is an insane election. We're gonna cover that later. I don't want to go off on that rant right now. So obviously Hasan Piker is being targeted, and the thing that you've noticed is there's really a division. Everybody who doesn't like Hasan has basically been coming out and saying it's good. And if you're one of those people, I just have to say, you're not making us mad. You're just exposing yourself as a pathetic fucking loser. And a lot of the people that are against Hasan, they style themselves as a liberal, right? What the fuck does liberal mean? Well, that word has been so debased as to now have no meaning. The people that call themselves liberal don't really believe in liberalism. They have an authoritarian personality. They believe that you should not have freedom of thought. You should not have freedom of speech. To them, Hasan Piker is a bad person because he disagreed strenuously with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's decision to align the United States of America and our government with Israel's genocide on the Palestinian people. And he criticized that political decision. And they blame people who criticize Kamala for Kamala's defeat. Now, I don't care what you think about whether Kamala Harris would have been better than Donald Trump. Clearly, she would have been better. I think everyone can acknowledge that. the world would not be as bad under Kamala Harris as it is under Donald Trump. But the essence of liberalism is about personal freedom. That's what liberalism is about. Let's just pull up what liberalism means. Liberals believe in civil and political rights, right? Since the 30s, liberalism is usually used without a qualifier in the United States to refer to social liberalism, a variety of liberalism that endorses a regulated market economy and the expansion of civil and political rights, right? That's what they mean by modern liberalism, right? Civil and political rights. What are those rights? Civil rights include ensuring people's physical and mental integrity, life and safety, protection from discrimination, the right to privacy, freedom of thought, speech, religion, press, assembly, and movement, right? If you're a liberal, you believe that everybody deserves those. That's the human universal, right? Civil and political rights are a class of rights that protect individuals' freedom and infringement by governments, social organizations, and private individuals. They ensure one's entitlement to participate in the civil and political life of society and the state. That's liberalism in a nutshell, right? This is me complimenting liberalism, right? And the people that hate Hasan and are cheering this on, they are not liberals. They are authoritarian anti-liberals. They are illiberal. If you cheer this on, you are by definition illiberal, meaning you don't care about Hasan's right to speech. You don't care about Hasan's right to freedom of thought. What makes Trump bad is that he invades people's rights. If you're okay with invading people's rights, then you're no different than Trump. This is not a complicated idea. You are not in any way a left-winger. Freedom of speech is a principle, and I'm bringing up Wikipedia because this is the level that these people understand. Like Destiny, before ChatGPT, his entire stream was him reading sections of Wikipedia to his audience of underachieving, slacker, shut-in, upper-middle-class fail sons, okay? Freedom of speech is a principle that supports the freedom of an individual or a community to articulate their opinions and ideas without fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction. This is a universal right. They're going after Hasan because he argues against Israel. He argues against Donald Trump. He argues against the Democratic Party establishment. And whether or not you like what he says, the essence of liberalism is, and as I said yesterday, liberalism means I may not agree with what you say, but I'll fight to the death for your right to say it. That is what liberalism is supposed to be. That is the essence of the virtue of liberalism, if you're going to consider yourself a liberal, right? These people that support Hasan Piker being targeted because they believe he didn't work hard enough for Kamala Harris, that's not liberal. That's an authoritarian personality. That's an illiberal personality. And I have to say, you're not even a fucking liberal. And that's why I don't like the establishment Democrats, because they're not even fucking liberal. They were perfectly happy for those Gaza encampments to be repressed in favor of what? Israel's genocide. They were perfectly happy with people being deported and censored because they published articles about Israel's behavior in their school newspaper. They are not even liberal. So what are they? Well, they are simply corporate stooges of the status quo. They are regime supporters. They support the American state and the Democratic Party establishment within that larger milieu, which is the personal interests of those people who head those establishment positions. They are unmoored even from the most basics of liberal ideology. That's what makes them contemptible, because they are just bounders. They're self-interested. And to them, seeing Hasan Piker killed will advance their material personal interest. They don't give a fuck about you or your rights, which is why they have to be dealt with and pushed out of any kind of power, because they can't be trusted to treat people fairly without bias. That is disgusting. And I want to show you an example of just this type of behavior, because Kyle Kulinski called out Destiny. And so this was Destiny's reaction. And I got to tell you, it's so fucking funny. I wanted to show it to you. I promise it won't take too long. But just watching Destiny get fucking owned by a video is so fucking funny. I don't even know what to say.
My face with the one guy who was a government official at the fucking airport and it doesn't go to anybody but the fucking government. Kyle calls you out.
Also, is that a little play on words I see there? Because a little guy by the name of Destiny, and I do mean little, a little guy by the name of Destiny also is excited about this.
How tall is he? How tall is Kyle?
Kyle is 6'1", and Crystal's pretty tall. I met Crystal with Michael when she came to Philadelphia, and we hung out. So like Crystal's actually pretty tall, and Kyle is taller than her, so he's at least 6'1".
Person, actually, has Hasan ever called me short before?
I'm sure he has.
I don't know if he has.
Why is he bringing up Hasan? Kyle said it. Why is he changing the subject to Hasan? Hasan doesn't tend to make fun of people for being short because he's 6'4". He's above that. Such a dumb joke. Anyway, let's keep going.
I feel like every person, every man on the internet that has called me short has been my height or shorter in real life.
I mean, that's honestly, the thing about Destiny is he gives Napoleon complex, so a lot of people want to call him short. But he also is very readily apparent that he has a complex about it, which every guy, if you're not a tall guy, people are going to give you a little bit of shit for being a little short. That's just the way it goes. That's just part of life. And you have to learn to roll with the punches. You know, it is what it is. Who cares? But he seemingly is very hurt about it.
I feel like that has happened with almost every single person. So Kyle is shorter than Crystal, isn't he? In their marriage photos?
Well, I tower over you, but...
Good one. How tall am I? 5'8". Hold on, let's check. Kyle Kalinske, height 6 feet tall. No shot.
Losing a debate to a video. The Destiny classic.
No way.
Kyle Kalinske, crystal ball. Is she like a...
God, Mr. Mooten is such a fucking loser, dude. He's such a fucking loser. I mean, the Dan and Mooten, who have no personality except cleaning up Destiny's, like, cum rag. Honestly, the biggest fucking losers of all time. Holy shit.
Is she like 5'10" or something? Is she super ultra tall?
Guy by the name of Destiny, and I do mean little. A little guy by the name of Destiny also is excited about this and thinks it's awesome. This is fucking putrid, wretched, repulsive, disgusting fucking shit. None of these people believe in anything.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking loser. You know what? I take that back. If Kyle Kalinske has a video of him calling out Hasan for cheering on Adam Schiff or any of the other people who have been threatened by this administration on the left, then you know what? Then Kyle has a leg to stand on. Otherwise, sit down and shut the fuck up, you virtue signaling little twat. Get the fuck out of here.
None of them believe.
So the problem that Destiny has here is Adam Schiff literally helped suppress other people's freedom of speech. And he was happy to do it because they were protesting Gaza. So if somebody was like, hey, that guy getting a taste of his own fascist medicine is okay, that would be fine. But that's not even what Hasan did. None of us support this. I spoke out against the Comey shit as fascistic. I spoke out against all that stuff. I said it's wrong. But I'll be completely honest with you. Seeing the way the Democrats were willing to suppress the freedom of speech rights of the Palestinian encampments, how they were happy to send in the NYPD to crack skulls into Colombia, the way they were willing to expel and otherwise ruin the lives of Harvard students who were part of the pro-Palestinian movement. I have absolutely no problem with those people getting comeuppance. But ladies and gentlemen, Hasan never held power. He is just a private citizen. You cannot call yourself a liberal and not support human universals. That's the whole point of being a liberal. So what are you if you're not a liberal, you fucking loser?
Believe in anything. Like I said, at the core,
he's not talking about what Hasan believes. He's talking about what you believe, you fucking rat. You claim to be the omni-liberal. I'm the omni-liberal, the liberal's last defender, and you can't even defend the rights that you supposedly believe in against what? Donald Trump tried to suppress dissent. God, you're such a fucking dumb rat.
Empty black void of morality and intelligence, and it's just, I don't like this person because they have more clout than me, so I hope their life is fucking ruined.
When somebody reads you to filth completely, and you're completely caught, and you're completely 100% exposed, and all you could do is make a face, bro, you've been complaining about how that Hasan grew because of you and blah, 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 blah. For literally a decade, you've been obsessed with his numbers. What the fuck are you saying, you fucking loser?
Hope the government fucking, destroys them. Like, what a sick joke, man. What about that other guy? What's his name? Too Raw, Too Real, or whatever. He's was a big Kamala stan, and he's out there basically cheering on Trump.
Oh, yeah, is that the guy's video that we just watched?
You heard me correctly. Cheering on Trump and saying like, well, you deserve this because even though Hasan voted for Kamala, you didn't break
No
out.
proof of that, and he didn't. And he was in California. Shut the fuck up, loser. And no one cares.
The proof is he said he did it. That's proof. The proof is he said he did it. What's the other thing he said?
And saying like, well, you deserve this because even though Hasan voted for Kamala.
By the way, who gives a shit? If I don't vote for Kamala Harris, that means I deserve to have my rights taken away. If I didn't vote for the candidate you want, I deserve to have my rights taken away. You fascist dweeb, you brain dead moron. You want to live in that world where if you don't vote for whoever's in power, that you lose your rights? You fucking dumb piece of shit. That's the majority of the country, by the way. The majority of the country should lose their rights. This guy calls himself a liberal, by the way.
You didn't break
No proof of that, and he didn't. And he was in California. Shut the fuck up, loser. And no one cares
Also, Destiny, you're in favor of Californians having less importance in their vote. I had a debate with Destiny where he specifically defended the Electoral College, you dumb fucking rat. Holy shit, this guy's stupid. Where I was saying, hey, it's bad that Donald Trump won because it was anti-democratic because of the Electoral College. And he was like, no, it's good to have the Electoral College. You literally say it's good. Donald Trump would have never been president, but for the system you defended, which is anti-democratic and illiberal, you dumb rat. Holy fuck, he's stupid. Let me see if I can find this.
What do you got, real?
Let me find this. It won't take me long. Like, literally, he's such a dumb piece of shit. It's absolutely insane. Holy fuck, he's stupid. I just want to show you how dumb this dumb piece of shit is. And this is why he hates us, because he's stupid and inferior, and he doesn't have any education or even really know. I literally say, hold on, let me see if I can, let me find this where I'm like, popular vote. Hold on. Okay, this is how dumb this dumb piece of shit is.
Well, the reason why we got off on this tangent is you just asked me about the Senate, and then I said I don't think the Senate has any democratic legitimacy, and I don't really care about it. And if I had the ability to pass an amendment to get rid of it, I would.
Okay, then what do you do with the fact that nobody would give a fuck about states like Iowa or Montana
They
or
would give
Nebraska
about
or
it.
Kansas?
They would care.
Why would they?
Because they have representatives, and they have some population.
Barely, though.
And they would care.
The vast majority of these of the attention would be spent in states that are important, just like what happens in election cycles because of the electoral college.
Actually, the electoral college makes it even dumber because instead of spending a time in states proportion to their population, which they don't do, they spend the time in states that have the closest elections. So they spend them in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, not because Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the biggest, but because those are the states that are closest to swinging from one election to the other. I would love for presidents to campaign in California. I would love for presidents to campaign in Texas. I would love.
So do you think that during like election seasons, do you think
they don't? By the way, they don't visit those states anyway. They're all safe red seats. What do you mean?
Sure. Do you think that they should spend 95% of their time campaigning in California, Texas?
They wouldn't. They would campaign everywhere. They would campaign in proportion to the population.
Every minute that you spend campaigning in Iowa or something, it could be 1 million votes that you've lost in like California or Texas or Florida.
If anything, it would encourage a 50-state strategy to maximize your voters no matter where they are, because you're trying to win a popular vote, as opposed to focusing on these very close purple states.
If one guy spent like 90% of his time in 45 states, and another guy spent 90% of his time in like in what it would be Texas, Florida.
This is why he's fucking stupid. He thinks like people would go, oh, the candidate spent more time in my state, I guess I have to vote for him now. No, dumbass. You would want to build a campaign that turns out all the votes everywhere if it's a popular vote. So you would build a 50-state strategy to go turn out as many votes as you can in Omaha, because a vote in Omaha is the same thing as a vote in fucking New York. So yes, you would spend a lot more time in the biggest states to get out, because that's where the most people are, but they're also more expensive, because there's a large population, so the media is more expensive. So you would do a 50-state strategy. You would want to have more specifics that applies to everybody all over the country, because you're trying to turn things out. Now, if we ever had a regional politics emerge, I guess there could be a concern if 100% of the people in a region vote in a certain type of way, but we don't live in that type of politics. We live in an international politics where everybody's watching the same national media. He's just stupid.
California, what are like 4 and 5? I know that those are like the.
Doesn't even know what the highest population states are. This guy is so dumb. It's unbelievable.
California, Texas, Florida, New York, Pennsylvania,
Oh yeah, New York would be the next one. Yeah,
it's
like
California,
if they just
New York. It's like California, Texas, New York, something like that.
Yeah, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia.
Yeah.
Sure. If so, like people would only campaign in these huge populous states because the amount of time that you lose not campaigning there by appealing to these like small flyover states would just be a waste of time.
I mean, that's okay. You're making an electoral claim, and as someone who's worked in electoral politics.
So, in other words, what I brought this up to explain to you is he's dumb as shit. He believes in the Electoral College. He thinks the Electoral College makes our campaigns better. And you can go and listen to that, and it's unbelievable how dumb he is. Now he's trying to say, oh, the fact that Hasan voted for Kamala Harris in California doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait. I thought voting was the most important thing you could ever do. The only reason California votes don't matter is because California is very clearly and predictably a blue state. If we got rid of the Electoral College, then every single person turning out in California would matter. Every vote you made, no matter where you were in the country, would matter.
You vote for. It's about who you're encouraging your audience to vote for. We're influencers.
Your pom-pom strongly enough and fucking cheer for her. Therefore, you fucking deserve this. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The pettiness, the vindictiveness, how embarrassing. And you people want to lead a movement? That's what you want to do? You want to lead a movement? You want to bring us out of this fucking fascist?
That's the other thing that makes Destiny so stupid, which is like Kamala Harris lost the election. So any movement we make has to have more people in it than Kamala Harris did. So we necessarily need no more people than who showed up for Kamala Harris. If your movement is, I'm going to trash everybody who did support Kamala Harris, then your movement is guaranteed to lose, you dumbass. Which was always my point. Kamala Harris didn't have enough support with her policies. She needed to change her policies. And what I was trying to argue for the entire election was, hey, she needs to make herself different from Joe Biden because he's really unpopular. And she needs to signal to the left and young people that she's going to support policies that will motivate them because she doesn't have enough support. You, the dumb fuck, thought she was going to win. And you were like, I can't wait so we can finally say the left doesn't matter. That's what you were saying going up to the election. You and Hutch were crowing like, oh my God, I can't wait for Kamala Harris to win. And that means Hasan and Mike and all those dumb tankies are so irrelevant. You were crowing about how you didn't need us. Now you're trying to make the movement even smaller. That's why you're a fucking loser.
Hellscape that we're in are like the opposite of leaders. These people are deeply, deeply unserious. Again, the fact of the matter is he's being targeted for being a decent person.
Yes, he's being targeted for taking humanitarian aid to a sanctioned state. I know your Gusano relatives who used to own a sugar plantation in Cuba under Batista. I know you guys lost out when the workers rose up and threw your family out of the fucking country. And the white Cubans had to flee because they weren't able to exploit the country anymore. But the Cuban people are human beings, even if they're not white like you, Destiny.
Dude, even he knows this is a fucking joke, right?
He's being targeted for being a left-winger. Somebody said, this is quite literally the poem of like, first they came for the communists.
Oh my God, bro. They're already coming all over us, you fucking retard. Wake the
Wait a minute. Okay, wait. His argument is to call him an R word and say he's right? Yes, that's the poem. The poem, First They Came for the Communists, was written by a fucking minister, dumb liberal like you. And he was trying to say to future generations, hey, if you're a liberal and you see a right-wing government and they start coming for the communists and the socialists and the trade unionists, that's a signal that they're going to come for you too. And you need to speak out. You need to stand up early for the universal human rights of everyone, even if you disagree, you dumb rat fuck. Kamala aggressively courting moderates with her rhetoric in this speech at the Ellipse. You absolutely love to see it. I feel extremely confident that this strategy will ultimately prove itself to be right move come election day when we see the margins from Indies and R's. Victory needs to come first, and this current electorate is definitely not asking for a Bernie Sanders approach to government. Do what needs to be done in order to win. We have zero options without victory. These guys, this is their analysis. There's an even funnier tweet where Hutch was like, please prove Mike from PA wrong. And it's a bunch of like, if you could find that, it's so funny because everything I said in the tweets he's quoting turned out to be correct. And that's why these guys are useless fuck. That's like they're completely useless fucks. They're completely useless fucks because they never change their diet. They never like change their opinion, right? They never take in new information and go, you know, maybe I was wrong. Everything is spin. Everything is like, I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong. Even when facts prove them wrong, they never accept like a change in their approach, which is why they lose.
Harris 308, Trump 230. Lock it in. This is my map right now.
Somebody link my prediction.
I don't think, like, some of these polls to me make no sense. You know what? No, I'm going to give Arizona to
By the way, the early vote in Nevada, what's really interesting about this is I had a debate with Austin Show on the stream about the Nevada early vote, and I showed him that the Nevada early vote was indicative of a Republican win. Like the way the evidence was coming in, the underperformance of Democrats, the overperformance of Republican and Republican-leaning areas was indicative of a Republican win. We had a debate on it.
I'm going to give it to Kamala. Harris 308.
Complete idiots. Complete fucking idiots. So it's so funny to watch Kyle absolutely destroy Destiny. And Destiny, he's so inferior of an intellect. He hasn't offered one argument. Why do people like Destiny? If you're a Destiny fan, please, can you speak up? The guy's dumber than dirt and he has no analysis. There's nothing to it. Why do you like this guy? He doesn't even make people that mad because he's so irrelevant. Like, seriously.
Fuck up, you moron.
Right? Like this, that's what this is. First they came for the socialists. That's what this is. And you're going to sit there and fucking cheer it on? Well, guess what? You're on that list. They make no distinction.
We already knew we were on the list, dipshit. We've already known this.
Between you and him, do you not understand that? Destiny, too raw, too real, fucking any... And by the way, let me be clear. There's no Democratic voters.
Oh, Jules found it. Listen to look at this Hutch tweet. Kamala winning means the worst people you know will feel like complete shit. MAGA will be caught way off guard because they'll all think it'll be a Trump's landslide. Elon will be forced to confront the fact that he can't simply buy his preferred outcome. Anti-electoral Twitter lefties will feel utterly irrelevant and powerless. People, please, you have no idea how much I need this. The most insufferable streamers, Mike from PA Cough, will be forced to acknowledge that Kamala was smart to pivot to the center and aggressively target moderate Republicans. Guys, please. Here's me in September. It turns out Kamala Harris was lying when she said that Biden and Harris were working 24/7 for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Being a leftist is about being right, but too early for people to admit. October's surprise of a war with Iran could lose her the election. Biden's national security team has no imminent plans to present an updated ceasefire proposal. Harris has completely fumbled by turning to the right and has totally created her support among young people and black people. Pathetic and deserved. Here's where I'm saying in October, hey, it's not working. Her numbers are getting worse. Young people and black voters are low turnout, which is exactly what we saw, by the way. We saw decreased turnout in cities. That was black people not showing up. That was young people not showing up. The reason why Kamala Harris lost every swing state is because she didn't have the enthusiasm of the left-wing base. It's really amazing just how siloed pro-Kamala commentators are from the actual empirical data on polling error. The overwhelming evidence is that the downside risk in this election is an underestimating Trump in the actual vote. This fact is basically ignored. I completely got everything right. Thank you, Hutch, for collecting all of my takes. Oh my God. I predicted everything. Here's my map as of today. It could be convinced she holds Wisconsin, but it's irrelevant. Harris loses even with Wisconsin flipping blue. So this is one of my early maps. I ended up having a map. My final map, I think I had her losing everything but Wisconsin. I flipped Wisconsin. An Iowa poll came out from Ann Seltzer, which I thought was wrong, but I thought might indicate strength with the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa area because of walls. So I was like, you know what? I can imagine Wisconsin being held. And then this was before the early vote in Nevada was coming out. When the early vote in Nevada came out, it was very clear she was cooked. So I ended up flipping Nevada. But you see, I was always very sure Harris is going to lose. This is one of my maps. I ended up making a final map. Again, as I could say, if anything, I overestimated Kamala. I still thought she was fucking cooked. Question with charitability to Kamala. If she broke with Biden by 5 to 10%, would you have voted for her, particularly because she sees we're open to left influence? Oh, well, yes, absolutely. If Kamala Harris had come out like we thought she was going to do, it said, I don't agree with Joe Biden on Israel. He's been too pro-Israel. I'm going to end this war. I'm going to rein in Netanyahu. I'm going to make sure that we have a true peace deal. We're going to make sure that, I am so disappointed with the way that Joe Biden has carried himself. And I have a completely different view. I would have fucking voted for her, of course. That's what I wanted. That's what I asked for. But she was like, we will have the most lethal military in the world, and I'm going to do no different.
Cheering this on. It's only like weird media pundit freaks who are way too online.
Like you and Hasan?
They make no distinction. You and Hasan
You're not cheering them on, you dumb fuck. Also, Hasan is less online than you. Jesus Christ. He literally campaigned with another rep yesterday. I just got another thank you note. From a candidate yesterday about all the help I've done. I just had 2 of the nationally endorsed DSA congressional candidates on my stream. Claire Valdez and Oliver Larkin. Claire is very likely to win. She's the front runner in her district. So what the fuck are you saying? We are doing actual politics as well as commentary. We're actually working with people to get them elected in contested elections. We literally, like, Hasan just was with Chris Rabb and he won.
Exactly the same to them.
I wish we were. Holy shit. How many things has Hasan been banned or demonetized from again? I wish we got, if I had the
you
red
got banned because you kept saying the F slur and you kept advocating for the use of the N-word in the N-word debate. And you were credibly accused of sharing revenge pornography, for which you're currently in litigation. And you said that you want to see Black Lives Matter, dipshit protesters mowed down by white redneck militias. You called trans people subhuman. And then you led a harassment campaign against Twitch staff with your friend Dan, who's on the stream with you right now, where you also you got your community in your Discord, and in your community, you coordinated a spam campaign against Twitch's advertisers. You also said on YouTube that you want Hasan and I to kill ourselves, which is a direct violation of TOS. You have violated these shit consistently. You have called for violence against Hasan. You have said, I think you said something about the Jews. You were like, F the Jews or genocide the Jews in your chat. Like, what the fuck are you saying? You have done nothing but call for violence, call for doxing. All of these things have been connected to Destiny's community. So this guy has been deplatformed for a fucking reason.
Carpet treatment on Bezos's owned fucking multi-billionaire, whatever the fuck platform. I wish I got that treatment. Whoo.
They view, there's no difference between you guys. You're all left of center. Like, that's all they need to know. They'd throw us all in fucking camps if they could. They're already doing that with ICE. God forbid.
The only time Destiny tried to work with a candidate, the guy had to fucking publicly denounce him. He had to publicly denounce him. But guess what happened? Guess what fucking happened? The 2021 Omaha mayoral election. Destiny endorsed abundance, basically. Look at that Israeli flag in the background. Jeez. Mark Gudgel finished with only 4.8% of the vote. Not only did he have to denounce Destiny, the guy was a fucking terrible candidate, but Destiny kept supporting him anyway because, you know, he had invested like $10,000 or something in a field campaign for the guy. I honestly feel bad for him. If he wasn't a dumb shit, he could have actually hired people that were decent. Imagine if Destiny could just accept his place. He would have been a much happier and more successful commentator.
You're an immigrant. God forbid you make a joke about Charlie Kirk. God forbid you're pro-Palestine. They will lock you up or kick you out of the motherfucking country. People have been tortured and raped in fucking CCOT.
Like, yeah, is this the first time you're noticing this is happening?
You're building concentration camps all across this country for the ICE Gestapo thugs, for Trump's paramilitary.
Yes, see, Destiny, he's calling out that you dumb fucking moron, is that we all need to show solidarity with people, even if we don't like them or agree with them, because that's what supposedly civil and political rights you say you support are about. You know, when I went to law school, the liberals used to pat themselves on the back talking about how we helped support a Nazi march through a Jewish town. And they used to pat themselves on the back of, we may not agree with the Nazi speech, but we fight for their right to say it. Now, people are being deported because they're anti-Israel, and all of a sudden, notice the Nazis are not being deported, right? The freedom of speech is only being stifled on the left. It's not being stifled on the right. Right-wingers are not being deported. Right-wingers are not losing their green cards. Right-wingers are not being muzzled. And no, that's not happening. They're not investigating the fascists. They're giving them money and a slush fund. And where is your focus? Your focus is on what? Supporting the Trump administration's efforts. Because you think it'll help your factional fight.
And you're going to sit there and cheer on when a prominent left-winger gets targeted for doing humanitarianism?
Oh, that's what he got targeted for, you fucking retard? This is why I hope they do go to jail and rot. I don't need any of these people on our team. They're doing us a favor, okay?
You lost the election without the left. That's why Donald Trump won, because Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris disdained the left. The reason why Joe Biden won is because he made gestures. He did the Bernie Sanders Unity Commission. He granted a bunch of promises about staff. All the best staff from Biden's administration all came from that Bernie recommendation, that Bernie Unity Commission that they did after Biden won. AOC was helping. People like Lena Khan, they come from that commission. All the good things that Biden ended up doing, they came from that, you dumbass. The Ron Klain attempt to try to work with the progressives. And when did when did his presidency go off the rails? When he abandoned the left and tried to do bipartisan infrastructure bullshit. And he ended up wasting his full fucking 2 years with the trifecta, kissing Republican ass. And then he, supported the Gazan genocide, which fully alienated him from the left. And then they lost, you dumbass. That's basic history. You were alive.
The Trump admin is doing you a favor, because holy fuck, the bad faith reframing and them desperately trying to say we're all on the fucking same team. Now get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser.
You're going to cheer that on?
We always try to get you on our team. We tried to get you we tried to appeal to your humanity about a Gaza genocide, and you went to Israel to advise the IDF to hide their war crimes when they're having fun. You fucking dummy. Which, by the way, oh my God, there's a famous clip of Destiny where he predicts the Gaza war, the Gaza genocide will last a couple of months. This guy has never been right about anything.
You're going to support that?
We didn't cheer it on and we didn't support it. That's why, regardless of how fucked everything was at the end of Biden's presidency,
you are
that's
supporting it right now, dumbass. You coward, backing down. This is what's so funny about Destiny. He's such a pussy. He just backs down. I'm sorry. Pussies are tough. They stretch it, could take a pounding. He's more like a prolapsed asshole. He can't, he is not even fit for purpose. He can't even take a shit. He's useless.
We all held our nose and we all supported Kamala Harris, but not you fucking
he
retards.
Lacks the warmth and depth, yeah.
Not you who endorsed Jill fucking Stein. Why
Do you think using the R slur is going to make more empathetic people want to work with you? You think that's appealing to normal people? You fucking rat.
Write a fucking letter to Moscow and ask Stein to be de-thawed early so she can come and save you and Hasan from the evil government subpoenaing you. Oh my God.
No soul. No soul, no morality.
By the way, we have never recommended Jill Stein. I've always been anti-Jill Stein. That's the thing that's so funny about this, is the idea that we're intransigent, that we're ungettable. It's just false. I voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I openly advocated against the people in 2016, the 2016 election, who tried to draw an equivalence between Clinton and Trump. I have always been I voted in every fucking election. I've always been somebody who is immensely gettable. But the Gaza genocide, and this is the more important part, the signaling that Kamala Harris would never come in our direction, that changed the calculation.
Ethics, no consistency. It is fucking embarrassing. It is pathetic.
Yep,
Put aside your childish petty beef. Who gives a fuck about your childish petty internet beef?
Childish petty internet beef. As Hasan fucking calls the CEO of Twitch to keep me banned from the website. Eat a dick, you fucking...
That never happened, you fucking delusional idiot. Do you think that he has to do that? Do you think Dan Saltzman likes you? Oh, excuse me. Do you think Dan Saltzman has made the CEO like you? You harassed their fucking advertisers, dummy. You harassed, your community did, harassed Twitch staff, dummy. They would unban you years ago, but for Dan Saltzman, you dumbass. You cost them money. You did the ultimate crime. You made a libertarian, enlightened centrist tech CEO hate you by going after his bag and his reputation. He'll never unban you. It has nothing to do with me or Hasan or anyone else pulling strings. You made him hate you yourself, you dumb fuck. You did it. If you had just sat there and reformed and kissed his ass like everybody else, you probably would have gotten unbanned. And you could have harassed me and Hasan 24/7 on Twitch. And they probably wouldn't have given a shit because they don't care about us. But what you did do is go after them. You attacked the platform. You went after their money. You are stupid. Good fucking luck.
I don't think these people have ever like struggled with anything or had any kind of a like issue in their entire fucking lives where they didn't have like a whole ecosystem set up, either mommy and daddy's money or some giant political faction to back them up and bail them out of literally every single problem they could ever potentially have. Give me a fucking break.
Are you serious?
The funny thing is about that comment is it shows an inkling of Destiny. He's so inferior of an intellect. He's so stupid. The reason why Hasan and I have the views we have is because we believe in political outcomes, and we're trying to achieve actual political outcomes in coordination with literally millions of other people. So of course you're not going to convince people we're bad because we're anti-imperialist. There's going to be millions upon millions of people who agree with us politically, you dumbass. Just because your rotten brain doesn't understand politics, you think that you could just spin shit to your community of dummies and uneducated ghouls. Therefore, it's going to work on everyone. We have a hardcore base of people that will support us for those takes, dumbass.
This is the real fucking world that we're talking about here.
Yeah, you think?
What a sick joke. Never in a million years will you ever see me cheer on if the Trump regime goes...
Don't care. You know what? I'll say this right now. If they were to subpoena or try to arrest Kyle, I wouldn't feel anywhere near the same.
Destiny, as far as I know, has never, since I debated him those 7 times, which you can go listen to, and you can tell me which debate I lost. If you think I lost any of the debates to Destiny, please tell me. I'm happy to look at what you think is the weakest debate that I had with Destiny. Please, go ahead. I've been begging for this for 7 years from his audience who thinks that he's a smart guy. Go ahead and show me an example where Destiny seemed to have one up on me or whatever. But by the way, chat, I'm not engaging this because of Destiny. I'm engaging this because it's Kyle. You know, I'm doing this so that Kyle will see what I'm doing. All right. I'm not doing this for Destiny. Just so you know, this is for Kyle. Kyle is a way that you could grow on YouTube. Making fun of Destiny is just a bonus. I'm doing this because I want to be getting into Kyle's algorithm. I want Kyle's fans to see this.
As I do, Hasan, because for all of Kyle's retarded fucking bullshit, he's pretty clear that he fucking hates MAGA. And I feel like, from what I've seen, the majority of Kyle's coverage is usually attacking MAGA. I'm pretty sure the majority of it. Yeah, he shits on libs like all these brain-broken, retarded commie fucks do. But majority of what he does is attacking MAGA.
The reason why we attack libs is because they don't fight MAGA. That has always been my point, which you are too stupid to understand. The centrist Dems would rather lose to a Republican than support a progressive. They don't believe in the Big Tent. They try to sabotage the left more than the right. That's why the centrist Dems were happy to align with Trump in fucking New York City. That's why Cuomo accepted Trump's endorsement and most of his vote base was Republican. That's why Eric Adams was helping ICE in New York to protect his own self from fucking investigations into corruption. It's why Jake Auchincloss, the fucking liberal dipshit abundance rep, was out there saying he wouldn't vote for Graham Plattner. That's to help Susan Collins, Republican footstool. These centrist Dems help Republicans. When they fought against Bob Wallace in PA's 1st District in 2018, when they fought against Kara Eastman in your fucking home city, you dumbass, where the Democrat centrist lost the primary and then endorsed the Republican. Whether it's Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin, when the DNC and the DSCC cut off funding for Mandela Barnes running in Wisconsin against Ron Johnson and poured tens of millions of dollars into Florida for a fucking cop who got demolished by 15 points while Mandela Barnes lost by less than 1. Those are 3 examples right off the bat where the centrist Democrats ideologically blocked a progressive in a swing seat that we could have won if you had pulled together and done vote blue no matter who. But they wanted to defeat a progressive. It was more important to defeat a progressive than it was to defeat a Republican. That's why we hate you, because you are the most ideologically extreme group in the fucking world. You care more about your faction than stopping Trump.
But Hasan, the fucking treacherous, cancerous tumor that is growing and stealing blood and life from the Democratic Party, fuck that guy. Fuck him.
The only life we have in the Democratic Party is from the Hasan wing. It's from me. It's from Hasan. It's from AOC. It's from Bernie Sanders. It's from Graham Plattner. Those are the places that have life. Abdul El Sayed in Michigan. Those are the only places that have life and energy. It is your decrepit centrist losers like Abigail Spanberger who can't do anything but veto. This is the difference. It is Zoran Mamdani. Here you go. Let's compare your Abigail Spanberger versus Hasan's Zoran Mamdani. Zoran, free childcare for 2-year-olds, banned junk fees, filled 100,000 potholes. It's actually 110,000 now. New bike and bus lanes across the city, wealth tax on luxury second homes, millions of dollars for tenants, and thousands of apartments repaired. Spanberger vetoed bill to let public workers unionize, vetoed bill allowing class action lawsuits, vetoed bill to stop warrantless arrests by ICE, vetoed bill legalizing cannabis sales, vetoed bill to lower prescription drug prices. This is what you are. You are nothing but the status quo, which the American people want changed.
Hasan is cheering on Democratic senators and other people getting arrested or subpoenaed or whatever else. No, fuck that, dude.
Goes after, you know.
And then in micro, fuck you to Kalinske for not realizing that, okay?
Ever. See, me cheer on. If the Trump regime goes after, you know, a neoliberal online creator, never in a million years would I sit there and cheer that shit on, because I know that they make no distinction between me and that person. None whatsoever. I know.
I have one exception, like, because Destiny has been credibly accused of a lot of crimes. If he was prosecuted for like sex crimes, I would have a hard time saying that that was political. You know, I would have a hard time saying that was political because he's been credibly accused of like a lot of crimes relating to sex. So I don't know that I would consider that political. And that's why he won't be arrested, because Republicans are pedophiles. Like, they're not going to go after one of their own. I mean, I can't say without, again, this is just an opinion. I don't have any direct personal knowledge, right? Like, because I'm not involved with Destiny, because why would I be? That guy's fucking gross.
That it's an injustice, that it's violating their rights.
But I can't say, like, this is a fact, right? Like, I'm not capable of saying this is a fact because these are just allegations made by other people. So I don't have that. I wasn't there in the room saying this happened, this happened, this happened. I could only see the coverage that everyone else is doing.
Sick joke, man. What a sick joke. So,
unfortunately,
you know, some demonic shit is happening when Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer both agree.
It's alleged.
They've all been agreeing for a long time, you fucking bleach-haired dipshit. They also agree with you on like 90% of things. Why do people still pretend not to see like the establishment versus anti-establishment narrative? I don't understand. It's been so hard. Does anybody have a link to the... I did a show in New York City like fucking 5 years ago with... I don't even remember who was on stage for this. Fuck, does anybody know what I'm talking about? I remember at some point somebody asked, I feel like somebody asked, like, we have a diversity of people in the audience. And I don't know if they asked for like a, you know, raise your hand if you're left wing or raise your hand if you're right wing. And then I think I was like, well, hold on. And I was like, raise your hand if you're establishment or anti-establishment. And it was like 99% of the audience was like, this is bullshit. There's not a huge amount of political disagreement here. You guys are all aligned on one thing. You're just doing this weird left-right dichotomy bullshit on subjects that you don't actually give a fuck about. Or you actually care. You are 100% politically aligned with each other.
Yes, that's true. But you are part of the group that is trying to prevent that alignment from actually working, you dumbass piece of shit. You're the guy who's trying to prevent those policies from being enacted. That's the establishment donor class. They know what their voters like. They're blocking it. That's why they do the bipartisanship stuff, because they're slow rolling. Whenever they get a trifecta, they do this bipartisanship stuff to justify not passing anything. And they say it's politically smart, but in reality, nobody cares about a bill being bipartisan. I've never heard anybody go, you know, I didn't like Joe Biden, but he did pass a bipartisan bill. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is my life getting better. Do I feel like the president is helping make my life get better? That's what they care about. And you guys like to waste our time with all sorts of procedural bullshit because your donors like the status quo. That's the whole fucking fight. We need radical change in this country. We need a New Deal scale, which you don't even know what that means. When I say New Deal, for you, it doesn't mean anything. Let me explain. We need a New Deal style first 100 days. In the first 100 days of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's presidency, he passed 77 laws and 15 major bills. That's what we need. That would be the bare minimum. That would be mild for the level and scale of what we need done. So when I say New Deal, I'm talking about 15 major bills. We're almost done with this chat.
The one who allegedly sucked Trump off and the one who wants to suck Trump off. When the closet case manlet Nazi agrees with modern day, you know, plastic surgery Rasputin, you know something's up. You know, some horrible shit is about to go down. So, you know, as Hasan always says, judge him by his enemies. And I think
and the manufacturer of shot callers for making their stuff too easily identifiable.
Everybody with a functioning brain can.
Bro, you don't give a shit about animals. You've literally said you don't care if animals get raped. You fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Do that in this scenario and realize.
Does anybody, you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, he's had his like pro bestiality. He's had these debates on bestiality, on necrophilia, on ethical child porn. Like, that's the content that he has on his channel.
They hate him.
He said he felt nothing when his dog died. Yeah.
They're scared of him. He represents every single thing that they're not. And they want to make him pay for that. They want to make him pay for that. They want to make him pay for daring to support innocent people who are being embargoed by us and starved by us. That's a crime, but raping kids on Epstein Island, not a crime. Committing countless...
On a platform with a guy that talks about...
Completely fucking destroyed. Completely fucking destroyed. And ultimately, it comes down to this. This is the frustration that Destiny has. Democratic voters agree with Hasan Piker more than the party itself. That's what it comes down to. 95% of Democrats want to raise taxes on billionaires. 78% of Democrats want to abolish ICE. 85% of Democrats support Medicare for all. Like 80% of Democrats are strongly opposed to fighting a war in Iran. And what is it? 70% of Democrats think there's a Gaza genocide. Only 11% of Democrats don't. And it's gotten better from our perspective since then. More people align. That's the reality. The Democratic Party is with us. We've won the debate. The question is, can we get our politicians to reflect the will of the Democratic base? And that is what the fight is over. Alrighty, chat. Wow. There you have it. I'm so sorry that took so long, but it is what it is. Let's talk a little bit about the Texas elections, and then we'll go from there. I want to talk about some real shit.
This was unthinkable even just maybe 2 weeks ago for some Republicans.
Yeah, Paxton was running a little bit ahead here, but a little bit ahead. And then when Donald Trump showed up, it changed everything. Now, if you go back to the primary results, Cornyn actually narrowly won more votes in the primary, but there was a third person in the race, a guy named Wesley Hunt. And obviously, those Wesley Hunt voters didn't want to vote for Cornyn, and most of those obviously have gone to Paxton. But look, the bottom line is this. If Donald Trump wants you to be the nominee of the Republican Party for virtually any office, he can will it into existence. And that has happened again tonight in Texas. There's also an attorney general campaign going on underneath this. I don't think we've called it yet, but there's a strong undercurrent of who's for Trump and who isn't in that race. And it looks like the more Trump-aligned candidate is going to win down there as well. So, you know, we're learning this lesson over and over again. Indiana, Louisiana, Kentucky, where I live, and now Texas, over and over again, we're learning. If Donald Trump wants you to have the party's nomination, the voters look at that and say, we trust the president's judgment and we'll give it to you.
But Paul, I mean, I should note when we're hearing this tonight about the concerns of what this general election matchup is going to look like, it's not coming from Democrats or just critics of the president. It's coming from Republicans in his own party who are up on Capitol Hill that are worried about it.
Right, because they can count. You know, Trump makes you unbeatable in the primary, but it could make you unelectable in the general. We're talking about Texas Senate seat up. King referred to this, and he's generally wrong about everything. He's a horrible person. But he's right about this. My party, Democrats, haven't won anything in Texas in 32 years. They haven't won a Senate seat in 38 years. They haven't won a governorship in 36 years. They haven't carried a presidential candidate in Texas for 50 years. And we're sitting here saying that Texas is up for grabs, in part because the Democrats nominated a very strong candidate, James Tallarico, who in the polling right now is 11 points above water. His popularity is very high. Mr. Trump, beloved by Republicans in Texas, the bloom is off the rose on that. He's underwater, even in my beloved Texas. Underwater, more unpopular than he is popular in the polling. So this is the problem that Republicans are going to have now in a state that all they had to do was fog a mirror and they won Texas. And now they're going to have to fight like hell and spend hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, I mean, Ken Paxton is someone who has been MAGA aligned. He is someone who, way before Trump, was suing the Obama administration many times. He actually, I mean, yes, he's been indicted and then had the charges dropped. He was impeached, then acquitted. He's never lost an election that he's run, I don't believe, during his political career.
But he's also not an establishment type of candidate. What's interesting here is that John Cornyn knows how to fundraise. He knows how to do the things that an establishment Texan would do. Ken Paxton was not able to raise in this race, and he does not have a lot of money right now. I have to admit that tonight, while Tallarico is not on the ballot, my guess is Tallarico will likely raise more money tonight than Ken Paxton will in a red state. And it is interesting because the Republican resources will need to come in heavily in a state like Texas, and those are resources that they're not going to be spending anywhere else. Tallarico is well funded. Tallarico will continue to raise money, but it's interesting to me that now Republicans have to worry about deep red Texas because they have a flawed candidate who does not know how to raise. And you're now seeing that currently play out.
All these analysis of this race is sort of the differences between what a Cornyn or a Paxton would look like here. I'm thinking about the differences between Tallarico and literally every other Texan. Don't know any Texans who believe in 6 genders other than Tallarico. Don't know any Texans who said it's immoral to eat meat other than Tallarico. Don't.
Notice how everything they talk about is this like slop, culture war fucking slop, meaningless bullshit. God, he's such a fucking rat.
Don't know any Texans who walk around saying things, you know, God is non-binary. You all are both Texans.
Do you think God has a fucking set of dick and balls? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying God is floating around with truck nuts? Like, what the fuck are you saying? That's why it's so funny. Like, you know, like The Boys is not the best show, and I kind of felt like the finale was a little weak, a little slapped together. But the one thing they definitely got right was the idea that America wanted their own version of God and that Jesus was too much of a pussy. Like, they were actually cooking with that because they are saying that God is walking around with a dick and balls.
You know any other Texan who even talks like that? Issues aside, who says these things out loud? When this gets adjudicated, all that money coming in from California and New York, it'll be well spent in Texas.
You know what I'm smelling, Scott? Fear. Panic.
Fear?
Raw, stinking panic. You guys
Fear
are
of
on
the
this.
cisgender
You
guy?
are on this. He's more popular than Trump in Texas, brother.
Can you explain his position?
He cited a biological study. It's not his position. He cited a study.
So you're for it.
So
you believe in
You know what
cisgenders.
I'm not for? I'm not for $6.89 hamburger. Okay, James actually eats beef, okay, but he can afford to. Most
But it's
Texans
immoral.
can't anymore. Now, Ken Paxton can because on a government salary, he's become a millionaire. How does that happen? He can afford hamburger. This is what it's going to be about. This is you want it to be about woke. I want it to be about broke.
No, I want it to be about
Let's see what.
I want it to be about.
God, watching the old school shills just going at it with each other is a little comical. I'm not gonna lie. You want to talk about woke? I want to talk about how we're all broke. I mean, honestly, that's not the worst.
Are you a normal
You just smell the fear.
Are you a normal
So,
person?
it's just
Six
panic.
genders and no meat.
What I will say is
It's terror. They're so afraid.
Scott is melting down, but that is like the Republican Party right now.
You guys endorsing
have
the genders is amazing.
You have. I'm not endorsing that, and neither is Tallarico, to be honest.
Whoa.
Let her make her point, Scott. Let her make her
First
point.
of all, can we just say, like, these guys just do the dumbest ass shit. Like, you have to be some sort of rube to listen to these conservatives, right? Like, that's what I was talking about, class, right? Like, these Republicans are upper class elite capitalists, and they like to frame themselves as like these trashy low intellect guys. I bet you Scott Jennings was writing fucking long papers about gender studies in his fucking sociology class that he got an A++ on. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is such a fucking rube. He's such a, like, he wants you to be a rube. He is a complete shill, a total fraud.
Let me make my point. He is an 8th generation white Texas male.
Please
who
report on
loves
the protest at Delaney Hall facility in Newark. Yeah, we'll definitely get to that at some point.
meat and appeal
It is a pretty
talks about the
disgusting
cost
story.
of living in the state is appealing to a moderate electorate, including Republicans who don't want to vote.
Oh my God, they're gonna lose the election. They're gonna lose this fucking election. Shut the fuck up.
For Paxton, and Republicans are running completely scared right now. And I
So,
think that is
just
what
for the record,
what I will say.
neither of
hold
you
on,
can define
but
a
I want-
gender
what-
thing.
when we're talking about morality and, like, you know, values and stuff like that, you have Paxton here who was married for almost 40 years, and his wife, who knows him the best, ended their marriage on biblical grounds. What does that mean? I'm a Catholic. I will say that either means you cheated on your spouse with a man or woman, or you went ahead and abused your spouse. I will say that is, when you're talking about judgment A woman who knows that, has known that man for 40 years, that is judgment.
Well, Scott, can I also ask you, I mean, where does the Republican Party in Texas go from here? Because John Cornyn, I mean, in his interview that he did with Mani Raju earlier today, made pretty clear that he's not going to be coming out and endorsing Ken Paxton in this race. I mean,
well, he said he's going to support the ticket.
There is a question, well, voting for the ticket and endorsing it's another thing, but there is a question of how much money MAGA is going to have to spend in this race, is there not?
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's going to be an expensive race. I think money will be spent by both sides. And Tallarico being popular among donors in California and New York and Massachusetts is never going to wash off the weirdness of the gender thing, of the meat thing, of the God is non-binary.
Ken Paxton is literally a corrupt guy. Like, if you want to understand how Republicans, they fall in line, Ken Paxton is an indicted, corrupt guy who people tried to get rid of, like Republicans said was too corrupt. Like, do you understand the level of, like, this is honestly the strength of Republicans. Meanwhile, you have lefties pretending the anti-Zionist Graham Plattner is some sort of uber-Nazi because they're posturing for social media clout. And that's true of every single person, by the way. Every person who tries to make Graham Plattner some sort of like super evil guy who's beyond the pale is doing it for social media clout. Or you have been tricked, like legitimately tricked by some sort of social milieu. And you're like, I don't know what to tell you. Meanwhile, over there on the Republican side, they've got a literal fascist, and Scott Jennings has absolutely no reservations in supporting him, none whatsoever.
Of the Bible actually, endorses abortion. All of these things, wherever you are on the issues, who talks like that? No Texan that you know actually speaks these things out loud, other than Paul. I guess tonight he's latching on, but no other Texan speaks this way. Paxton, he'll speak like a normal person. He'll have positions that are center right.
But if he's talking about affordability to Paul's point,
he'll have center right.
If he's talking about affordability to Paul's point, is that something that could be more effective with voters
will talk
that are
about
worried
affordability
about that?
when he talks about cutting taxes, rolling back regulations, and creating jobs and making energy prices low. That's what he'll talk about.
Millionaire. He makes $153,000 a year as Attorney General. When he became a state official, his net worth, according to his own disclosures, was $175,000. Okay, now he's a multimillionaire. Wall Street Journal says he has 11 homes. That's more than Genders. He's got 11 damn homes. How did he get so rich?
To Paul's point,
Crooked Ken is what Senator Cornyn calls him.
To the question of the Republican Party in Texas tonight, the NRSC, the Senate committee, just put out a statement tonight that does not name Paxton or John Cornyn in this. It was before the race had been projected, but it just says a state that the president won by nearly 14 points is not going to elect James Tallarico, talking about his positions. But, I mean, they didn't mention either of the Republican candidates in this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. The establishment Republican Party, NRSC, has not backed Paxton. And it'll be interesting to see whether they are comfortable running ads.
Of course they're going to. Of course they're going to. They're Republicans. Of course they're going to. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll make a bet. They're going to be supporting Ken Paxton in approximately a minute.
They were going around town, and you know this well, Scott, telling people that if Paxton won this race, that they were going to have to spend $100 million that they don't have on this race. And that seems like a problem.
They have the money. They're literally manufacturing infinite wealth for Elon. They're going to make Elon a trillionaire from SpaceX being bought by NASDAQ. Like they're literally printing infinite money for fascists in our country right now. Like, if we don't win this next election, we're fucking in trouble. Like, we're actually cooked.
This is the first time you've joined us where you know who you'll be running against in November. Is this the campaign you wanted?
Cornyn was the incumbent. He got fucking rolled. The Republican Party is a cult. They love Donald Trump. That's it. It's called a personality. It's not complicated.
Rico versus Paxton. Is this the opponent you wanted out of this Republican primary?
Well, Ken Paxton embodies the broken political system that we're running against. He is the most corrupt politician in America. 3 years ago tomorrow, he was impeached by his own party for using his public office, his position of public trust, to enrich himself and his donors at our expense. And that is exactly the problem in our politics. It's puppet politicians who serve themselves and their billionaire mega donors instead of serving us. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. The system is rigged by corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton. And so it's going to be all of us. It's going to be Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It's going to be urban Texans, rural Texans, suburban Texans. It's going to be all of us coming together, the people versus Ken Paxton.
Let's listen to what Ken Paxton had to say about you tonight. And I have to tell you, I don't know if you've heard this already, but he spent a good deal of his victory speech tonight talking just about you. Here's what he had to say about you.
My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico.
This guy has no fucking motion. He has no fucking juice. He's trying to pull off the Trump, and he's like a fucking insurance salesman. This is the type of guy who puts you to sleep and then slips a fucking really poorly formatted annuity under your grandma's fucking signature. You know what I mean? That's how this guy survived. He was a slimy little grifter.
Some people call him six-gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico.
Bro, you've got literally jowls. You look like my elementary school lunch lady. Like, what are you fucking talking about, Low T? What the hell are you saying? Low T? You got a gobbler down there. Your chin is so soft it could fucking be strapped to a SpaceX rocket and provide a soft landing pad. What the hell are you saying? I love when guys with absolutely no testosterone call other people Low T.
But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, by
the way, can I just say one thing about the Republicans? The one thing that I will say to their credit is they know how to draw a contrast. Notice that you don't see him going, I'm going to work with any Texan. I'm going to work across the line. He is making his opponent unacceptable and a danger. If you find him credible at all, then you have to vote for him over James Tallarico, that's the fascist epoch. That's the friend-enemy distinction that we've talked about. And you notice that Paxton has a fascist campaign style. And in this time, that's what people are vibing with. And if he wins, it'll be because more people think he's on their team.
A vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats.
That is it. That is, as of tonight, the Paxton campaign against you. What is your equal time response to that?
Well, Ken Paxton is morally unfit for office. He'll lie to you with a straight face. He's failed the character test. He's the most corrupt attorney general of our lifetime, and he puts the interests of himself over the laws of Texas. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Ken Paxton's fellow Republicans. This November, working Texans, Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike are going to come together to defeat the most corrupt politician in America and the broken political system that he represents.
So he's going after you in very personal terms. He's calling you, he's got names for you that we just heard. I don't want to repeat some of those. But obviously, he's going to spend a great deal of his time talking about you and transgender issues and children. What do you want Texas voters to understand about that?
Well, this is how puppet politicians like Ken Paxton stay in power. You know, he's He spent his entire career selling us out for his donors. And that, I think, is going to be apparent to Texans over the course of this race. And so the only way he's going to hold on to power is through distraction and division. This is the oldest strategy in the world, divide and conquer. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, by all this culture war stuff. So we don't notice that they're picking our pockets, that they are closing our public schools all over Texas. They are gutting our healthcare, raising our premiums for Texans all over the state. And they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for themselves.
This is what I want from James Talrico, that he'll just vote the way he's told. That's all I want from James Talrico, that he'll vote for the things he needs to vote for to give the left more power in this country. Do you guys think he's actually reliable enough to do that? I just don't trust a Liz Smith candidate. But if I was in Texas, I would vote for him, obviously. But like, I don't get it. You know, it's not for me. I look at James Talrico and I'm like, this is like the kind of politics we had in Pennsylvania 25 years ago. Pretty stale. But if it works there, I guess it works. He's no Graham Platter, that's for sure. Yeah. Have I covered the Al Green loss? I mean, he's old. What is there else to say? He's old and he lost to a young crypto bro.
And so I think Texans see through this game. They realize that we're being pitted against each other with these old, tired...
Al Green is the type of candidate that's not really effective anymore, which is like left wing without being connected to DSA or socialist orgs. That lane, that Daniel Biss lane is closing, right? Like we are, you know, obviously Daniel Biss won against Kat, but he barely won. And Kat wasn't a DSA candidate until way late. She wasn't really connected. Like, so that kind of like, I'm very progressive on a lot of stuff, but I'm not a socialist. The Ro Khanna, Al Green, like Daniel Biss, that lane is dying out. And people are becoming more integrated into orgs and like longer term socialist organizing. So, you know, Al Green being really old as well, running against another black candidate. I mean, it is what it is, you know?
Culture war.
Abdul is driving in that lane. I don't know. I mean, Abdul comes from that lane, but he's being pulled in our direction, you know? And I would say Abdul is more like, Abdul is really running in the same lane as Plattner. I think I would call Plattner and Abdul pretty much the same candidate. Masculine, left-wing guys, like they're pretty much the same thing. So it is what it is. Like, I don't think Talrico fits in with them. Talrico is more of like, I don't know, he's like a Beto. He's a straight Pete Buttigieg. Straight Pete Buttigieg. You know, that and you know, a straight, that's like he's a John Ossoff. Southerners seem to really like kind of fruity, hairless type candidates for their liberals. You know, like these, like the kind of nerdy, not fruity. Fruity's not the right term. It'd be like prissy. You know, the kind of soft, round chin, kind of dainty, kind of little bit of a twang. That seems to be really popular in the South for your kind of liberal candidates. Like your, you know, you got your Talricos, you got your Ossoffs, even your Lindsey Grahams, and fuck, even kind of Paxton is soft, and your Ted Cruz chinless. You know what I mean? They're all kind of like, they're all uncircumcised cocks.
Or fights so that corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton can hold on to power.
Mike Johnson is the same way. Yeah, exactly.
And continue to enrich themselves and their billionaire mega donors.
What about Texas voters who want to know from you on this particular issue?
Cherubic is the right way of putting that. Yeah, exactly. Cherubic. Rosy cheeked. If you put some blush on Talrico and gave him a set of wings and a little bow, he would be a figurine on my grandma's like itch corner.
Is Ken Paxton telling the truth about you in relation to these issues, especially involving what he was just talking about there, transgender issues involving children?
Very non-threatening. Yeah.
No, Ken Paxton is clipping comments, taking them out of context to try to paint a picture, trying to paint me.
I mean, I know I'm sounding like a hater of Talrico, and I understand if you're in Texas, I'm sure you're excited because getting rid of like fucking Ken Paxton would be based, and I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm just observing I'm observing the style, right? Like up in the north, it's like, this is a guy who's getting into a truck. This guy's, you know, benching 4 plates. You know, this guy is like, you know, chopping wood. And down in the South, it's like, I'm the HR manager at a mid-sized plastic and mold company. It's after 5, so I lost the tie. You know, like very corporate, very McKinsey. But up north, that type of person we want to burn at the stake. It just clashes. We're like, bleh. Those are the guys who gave you the outboarding when they sent your factory overseas. It was the speech was delivered by this guy. You know what I mean? And he gave you that kind of weak-wristed handshake on your way out.
As someone I'm not, you know, Ken Paxton has a criminal record. I have a legislative record over 4 terms.
God, he just has no. Oh my God, it's so crazy, guys. Like, I'm sorry, he has a criminal record and I have a legislative record delivered with no zip. But Texans like him.
Texas House of Representatives, where I've brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass more than 60 bipartisan bills to cut property taxes, to raise teacher pay, to lower the cost of housing, prescription drugs, and childcare across Texas. And I'm going to put that record up against Ken Paxton's.
This is like when a second baseman has to be an emergency pitcher. Holy shit. Loading it in there. Mike, I think you're being a little unfair, to be honest. Not saying you're wrong, but please. I mean, am I not allowed to say that I don't think that this guy's got any zip? There's a reason why no one's talking about this guy. Nobody's having crash outs about this guy, even though he's kind of a liberal Zionist, right? Like, you're not seeing people have crash outs over this guy because he got no charisma. Nobody's searching up James Talarico speech. You're not going to find a tattoo on that body. He's not ripping off that shirt to serenade his brother at his wedding. You know, he's got a Jim Gimlet if he's feeling a little bit risque that night. This is unironically the target audience for O'Doul's beer. Anyway, let's keep going.
Criminal record, any day of the week, twice on Sunday. I've called out the extremes in both parties, on the right and the left. You know, I've called out Ken Paxton for his blatant illegal corruption, but I also called out President Biden when he failed to secure our southern border. So I'm not interested in going to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. And it's so funny because people are going to be like, Talarico, if Talarico wins, they'll be like, see, Talarico shows how you need to run as a bipartisan centrist who's tough on the border. And he's running against like an indicted fucking corrupt criminal. And meanwhile, Plattner is running against a long-standing incumbent with a centrist moderate perspective, and on the Expropriations Committee, about as much of a moderate Republican as left in the planet, who's got, no personal scandals that I'm aware of. So he's running hard mode. This guy's running fucking easy mode. He would have voted for the Lake and Riley Act. He would have written the Lake and Riley Act. Democrats made history by nominating their first transgender. I mean, I'm trying not to be homophobic, even though he's a straight man. Like, I feel like I'm going to get canceled for being homophobic just because I described James Talarico. This doesn't have anything to do with being gay, okay? I'm not trying to say that he's gay or anything, okay? I'm just saying that he's very frail, okay? That's all. I'm not trying to say that he's gay in any way. But it feels like I'm getting dangerously close to being homophobic, and I'm just talking about James Talarico.
To serve one political party. I'm going to Washington, D.C. to serve the people of Texas. That's the exact opposite of what...
like, does this work? Maybe I'm like bland here. Maybe I'm crazy. You're homophobic? Caught. I'm a foe. No, in all seriousness, can I talk to you guys about how important that shit is to me for a second? Like, I know we're having fun here, but like, one of the reasons I became a left-winger was because when I was in high school, having a sexual relationship was a crime. A queer sexual relationship, that was a crime, even between consenting adults. It wasn't legalized until 2003. And I think a lot of people, if you're young, you might not know that. And my sister, who is my Irish twin, that means that my mom had her like less than 2 years after me. Okay. So we grew up together. She came out to us when I was in high school. I think it was like 2001. And that completely changed my kind of perspective on this issue. And I've been fighting for queer rights, and I've always been on the side of queer rights since I was like fucking before I would even turned 18, because I had that moment of incredible bravery by my sister. And what kind of an older brother would I be if I wasn't standing on that side? So I have been in the, an advocate for the queer community for my entire adult life. And it is one of the main reasons that I became a left winger. It was one of the things that pulled me in the direction of the left, is that contradiction between who I knew my sister to be and conservatism in general, especially the anti-queer conservatism of the Bush administration and just that kind of Christian right world, which I never vibed with. So like I'm, I don't want to say like, oh, you can't cancel me for being homophobic or whatever, and I should be called out if I'm being homophobic. But I'm just talking like regular people talk. I'm just talking about how this is how people will talk about James Talarico. Like this is the kind of jokes and quips you'll hear. People, good-naturedly ribbing him. It doesn't come from a place of bigotry, right? And at least I hope it doesn't. Man, the man who held at my baptism was an openly gay man in 1969. That's incredibly awesome. And like fighting for this shit, like I have seen America change on the issue of gay rights. It's in many ways, a lot of this stuff is under threat again. But a lot of people have kind of accepted that being queer is like at least legitimate. At least it is accepted as legitimate in the vast majority of people, right? Who aren't right-wing freaks. But that is a recent change. And that's part of the reason why I'm an optimist. I was old enough to be a part of that fight and see us win. See the country change on that issue. From a country that the overwhelming majority of people supported a constitutional amendment banning gay marriage, to a country that overwhelmingly supports gay marriage as legitimate. In my lifetime, I'm not even that old. So I take this stuff really fucking seriously, obviously. And that's why, I am uncompromising on queer rights, on trans rights, and I will never change, because I understand that the, gay rights movement was led by trans women of color. They were at the forefront. They were at the vanguard. So there is no gay marriage. There is no queer rights without trans people. It's like very basic stuff. Obama ran on keeping gay marriage illegal. Yeah, he tried to do this like centrist, like third way triangulation, like we'll have civil unions. But thankfully, the Supreme Court overruled his cowardice because a Republican Reagan appointee had a gay friend and decided to vote with libs. That's why we have gay marriage in this country today. Not like the Democrats pulled anything off. They were fucking losers. All right, let's keep going.
Ken Paxton does. He serves himself and his billionaire mega donors at the expense of the people of the state.
You just heard Ken Paxton say that you are for open borders. What's your response to that?
I just told you that they were, clipping things that I've said. This is a perfect example, because I said our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a welcome mat and a lock on the door, meaning we can welcome immigrants who want to live the American dream, who want to make us richer and stronger in the process, and secure the border and keep out people who mean to do us harm. We can do both of those things at the same time. It's puppet politicians like Ken Paxton who want to grandstand on this issue of immigration, who want to make people afraid. That's why he's cutting my comments in half, because he wants to paint a picture. He wants to hold on to power despite his career of corruption. So we're going to keep telling the truth over the course of this campaign. And I think Texans will know who's actually fighting for them, who's fighting to lower their costs, who's fighting corruption, and it's not Ken Paxton.
It's very clear that he's going to follow the Donald Trump model in so many ways, including, by the way, his own ethical behavior, according to the public record. But you're going to be subjected to a number of nasty names, and we just heard a couple of them there that he tried out tonight. He'll be trying out more of those. And I'm sure people out there around the country are wondering, how are you going to counter that? How are you going to fight back against that? Because they've seen Donald Trump use that kind of technique successfully, especially in states with a lot of Republican voters. And as we know, Texas is one of those states with a lot of Republican voters who apparently respond to that kind of name calling and insult.
Well, I've gone to every corner of Texas already over the course of this campaign, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, I'm not a Democrat, like they're in the witness protection program, including a lot of people who voted for President Trump in 2024. They voted for him because they thought he was going to lower costs. They thought he was going to drain the swamp. They thought he.
That's why, like, going after someone like Plattner is actually incredibly stupid, because the guy, like, the idea of like, hey, we have to morally punish people. That's the way we're going to do politics. Politics is about morally excoriating random guys. That's inherently liberal. That's not a left-wing thing. Left-wing things is not about calling out your secular sins and making you, grovel. That's some weird shit. I don't get it. Politics is about extracting resources from one group and giving them to another group. Right? That's what it's about. Like, you need to get your shit together. Like, honestly, it's crazy.
He was going to end the forever wars. They thought he was going to release the Epstein files, but just 1 year into this administration, they've seen him do the exact opposite. They've seen him raise prices through his crazy tariffs. They've seen him grow the swamp with unprecedented corruption. They've seen him start new forever wars, including the latest war in Iran. And they saw him do everything to prevent the release of the Epstein files. And so a lot of the president's supporters in Texas are feeling disillusioned. They're feeling disillusioned with this extremism and this corruption that is embodied by politicians like Ken Paxton. And so we have a real opportunity to build a big coalition of Democrats, independents, and Republicans who are fed up with this extremism and this corruption. That's exactly how I flipped a Trump district in Williamson County, Texas, when I first got elected to the state house. It was by building that big coalition, that big tent. And this politics of name calling, of trolling and owning, that politics has a record low approval rating in this country, including in Texas. Those nicknames don't lower your grocery bills. They don't lower the price of gas. They don't lower the cost of housing and childcare and prescription drugs and insurance. It doesn't actually improve people's lives. And so I think in this election, what you're going to see is a deep hunger for servant leaders who are actually going to deliver for working Texans, going to make their lives easier and better and less stressful, rather than enriching themselves and their billionaire mega donors.
I want to go to one of the issues you would face as a United States Senator now in the Senate, and that is a vote on a war powers resolution which would limit Donald Trump's ability to continue.
What I want to know about Talrico is, will he vote to overturn the filibuster? Will he vote to enact term limits or some other massive court reform? Will he vote to ban partisan gerrymandering? Will he vote to admit DC, Puerto Rico as states? He just has to whisper that in my ear. Okay, just whisper that in my ear. And if he says yes to all those things, then I'm all in favor of him.
His war in Iran. How would you vote on that?
I would vote to limit these presidential powers. I would vote to end this disastrous war in Iran as quickly as possible. You know, as a millennial, I saw how military disasters like the Iraq War robbed this nation of young lives, of billions of dollars, and of our moral standing around the world. And I think this administration is making the exact same mistakes in Iran. And so I think we need to bring this war to an end. We got to start lowering the price of gas for working Texans who are already feeling squeezed. And we got to get our foreign policy back to some kind of sanity.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. All right, let's see his negative attacks.
Remind us all, what is Attorney General Paxton accused of doing?
The list is really long.
Bribery, dereliction of duty, obstruction of justice,
and conspiracy. A majority of Texas House Republicans voted to impeach one of their own.
60 Republicans voting in favor. Allegations he abused his office to benefit himself and a major donor who allegedly paid for his home renovations and even helped him cover up an affair.
They claim the AG used secret email accounts, burner phones, and a fake Uber account to see his mistress.
Paxton is a repugnant character. He's always been on the edge of sort of criminal activity.
3 felony fraud charges which have lingered for 9 long years.
And in between it all, the state's top attorney had a mugshot.
There are calls for Ken Paxton to step down.
Ken Paxton is an extremely flawed candidate, and I sense the worst is yet to come about his background.
I mean, the problem with this is, like, it doesn't even matter because Donald Trump is so corrupt that his voters are trained to accept corruption. So I think it's a good, I mean, this is good. Like, negative attacks are awesome. The more they do this, awesome. Do it. Make sure everybody knows Ken Paxton is a corrupt piece of shit. There's no doubt that this is a good idea. Mike, did you talk about the stuff happening in Bolivia? Only offhandedly. Only offhandedly. It's something that we definitely need to talk about. We got a lot we need to talk about. But I've been teasing this for 3 fucking days. I need to actually watch it, which is FT Signifier crushes the bad empanada in debate. I have to actually watch this. I've been teasing this for 3 days. I'm sorry, serious commentators, but this has to be talked about. And the reason why it has to be talked about is actually serious. This isn't just interpersonal beef, which of course it is, but it is also an expression of how the left should orient itself toward politics. And basically, Bad Empanada wants to use online space to make it about making money for yourself only and not feeling any obligation to effectuate our will into the world. The purpose of politics is to change the world. If you are not directly associated with a movement that is affecting change in the world, and I mean by movement, I mean organizations you can point to and say, that organization I work with, then you're not doing politics. You're doing grifting. You're grifting off of politics. You're stealing money that should have been going into somebody who's actually organizing for real. And that's the standard I want from now on. I want every single person to be involved in the left-wing space to actually be involved with doing shit in the real fucking world. And that doesn't just mean pointing a camera at somebody else.
This unique looking figure to my right on the screen is Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is a C-tier, bread tube online left creator on YouTube. Maybe he's B-tier now. How many subscribers does he have? He's got 208 subscribers. I think that's good enough to get you to B-tier. He is technically a video essayist, but if you look at his channel, as you can see, there's a lot of other people's faces on his thumbnails.
Yeah, he posts that, so the way Bad Empanada works, by the way, is he posts his long form videos to give himself an aura of respectability. But what he actually makes his money from is the slop. And the slop is garbage. And it makes the rest, and his videos aren't good enough to justify the slop and toxicity of what he actually pumps out.
It's not the typical video essayist channel. At a certain point, he pivoted very hard into responding to other people's stuff. Because the fact of the matter is, he learned pretty early, and he'll admit this, he missed this during this conversation. The things he's most interested in talking about, the things that he wanted to bring to the table to LeftTube or BreadTube, were not things that the general audience was interested in. And so he could not build an audience doing that. At a certain point, he becomes, I think I described him once as
which isn't even true. I know that for a fact that Hasan and I both watched his videos and promoted him for his content. And at one point I had a conversation with him where I was like, oh, congratulations that Hasan has been pushing you more now. He was like, Hasan hasn't helped me grow at all. And I was like, this guy doesn't understand how algorithms work. He's actually a fucking dumbass.
Online left's attack dog, BreadTube's id. And that has been my opinion.
That's what I called him, and I thought that was a good thing. The problem is, he's not that. He's a grifter. He's a self-interested grifter. If he was just attacking our enemies and being vicious toward our enemies, the Destinies of the world, the Ethan Kleins of the world, if he was going after those people, but offering a friendly hand to the rest of us, then that's an incredibly important niche that we need. We need people that are out there in the trenches. And I do it a little bit because there's no one else. And I was hoping beyond hope that there would be someone else that could actually focus on that. But unfortunately, he fell into the I'm going to make anti-Hasan slop algorithm.
Bad Empanada for a long time.
We need trained attack dogs, not feral animals that bite everything. What makes an attack dog is that he obeys your commands and he heals and he bites who you want him to bite. He doesn't just bite you. He doesn't run around killing the kids and he doesn't go around biting toddlers. I don't want to strap titanium teeth on a dog that's gonna bite me. It's supposed to bite our enemies.
Empanada is a person who is capable of making useful content when he wants to, but is also capable of being an antisocial, edgelord, weirdo, troglodyte that nobody should really be associating with. And that nobody should be associating with thing is important because that's something that has been said privately by a lot of people on the online left for a long time, even when we agree with them. And this is specifically something that I did say on numerous occasions to Noah Sampson. I'm not gonna share Discord messages or whatever, but there have been a few times where Noah's like, what about Bad Empanada? And I basically said, I get why there's an appreciation for Bad Empanada, but this dude is unhinged and unprincipled and undisciplined and is only going to cause problems for people the more attention he gets, because what he cares about more than anything is attention and clout. To be fair, it's not even just attention and clout, it's also being the edgiest boy. I think that's really what led to, in part, to his conflict with Vosh and Destiny, because they all fundamentally have similar behavior, just different politics. Because I am not the first person to say this or experience this around him. He's been transphobic in the past. He's been anti-indigenous in the past. He's been racist to Mexicans in the past. So I don't even remember the context of this, to be honest. Black Red Guard, for whatever reason, got into it with Bad Empanada a while ago, and then Bad Empanada because there's this.
I think it was having to do with like Chris Rabb, or it was like basically anti-Zionist DSA candidates, and Black Red Guard said something like, "Hey, get out of your, take a shower, get out of your goon caves, get out of your Marx caves and go vote for Chris Rabb." Right, in Philadelphia, because he's one of us, right? He'll be the most left-wing rep, that kind of thing, right? Even if you don't believe in electoralism, you got to support Chris Rabb because he's one of us, right? In Philadelphia. And that worked, by the way. Chris won. So we have a anti-Zionist who said fuck AIPAC as one of his major campaign announcements, is now going to represent Philadelphia. And basically, Bad Empanada thinks if you engage in any kind of electoral politics at all, that you are actually helping the Gaza genocide because you're not helping America collapse or whatever. And so the best thing for Americans would be for the fascists to take over because it would cause more Americans to suffer. That's basically his political goal.
This is how he behaves, has become a reply guy to Black Red Guard on Twitter. Black Red Guard says something that I think is completely logical. Can we please stop trying to use anti-Semitic slurs vocally? It's not cute or funny. Bad Empanada's response is, look at this pathetic, obedient little Zog slave. He kneels before his masters and begs for scraps. I'm going to get into all the problems with this statement more when we actually get to the debate part. But seeing this, it's like, okay, I start to recognize there is a willful desire. And this is something I've known forever, because this is, again, what debate bros have kind of always been. The desire to be edgy and to be free to behave in certain ways. Leftists of this ilk will use whatever the issue du jour is to get away with that behavior. So after noticing that, I'm like, I don't know if this is like the person that people should be leaning on to have that discussion. Zog is literally a Nazi term. Zog is a term that is born from the Turner Diaries. So the term Zog means Zionist occupied government, and it literally comes from the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries is the neo-Nazi Bible. What you see here with Bad...
The Turner Diaries is a novel written about a fascist revolution in America, a victorious fascist revolution in America. That's what the Turner Diaries is about. It's so there it goes.
Empanada is him literally just using neo-Nazi terminology against a black person. Just unironically, that is what, and literally the use of that term, Zog slave, is explicitly tied to black people, as these anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories tend to imply. The reason why neo-Nazis hate the Jews is because the Jews utilize black people and other people of color to dilute the white race, prop us up into positions of power to create white genocide. This short, and I talked about this with Noah directly, this short is labeled, in quotes, Zionist is a dog whistle.
Thank you, Vio, for we've got ourselves, chat, a breakfast burrito. Thank you. Breakfast quesadilla. Okay. I I think it's just how you wrap it. Thanks, Vio. Appreciate that. Oh, and the other thing is, like, he's right, but I want to expand on this a little bit. Like, specifically, the argument that neo-Nazis make is that Jews organize black people to support them politically, to vote for Democrats, because the strategy of the Jew, this is the strategy of the Jew is to have these ethnic minorities that are brought into this country. You have the black people that are here and recent immigrants, and you create a kind of like coalition against the white race, right? So Jews are at the top of that hierarchy, and they control these other groups in order to attack the white race. That's why they're calling them Zog slaves, because black people are on the Democratic or Jewish plantation, and they serve the political ends of Jews. So when he says Zog slave, he's literally using it in the same sense as a Nazi, except he's saying it's for Israel. That's what he's doing.
Quotes. And then he titles it, FD Signifier calls Zionists a Nazi dog whistle. So there's no other thing to understand about what he's trying to say here than I specifically said, literally, because that's what quotes are used for in the English language, and he is a English speaker primarily, that I said Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle. I want you to hear what I actually said. As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds to, like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of an analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to.
Six keeps eating the tape that's on the box that Ryan gave me. Like, try to eat it. X.
To get at. So I'm barely coherent in this clip. Out of context, this clip makes no sense. But understand, at no point in this clip do you hear me say Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle. As they materialize for content and for clout. That has been alarming. It has been alarming. That has been alarming. And it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds to. There's so many people waiting in the weeds. And in this situation, the irony is I'm referring to Bad Empanada. Like, you know, label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here.
By the way, he's not saying that Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle. That's a third category. He's saying people are waiting in the reeds to call you a Zionist, to call you this, to call you a Nazi dog whistle. Those are different categories of things they could call you. He's not saying Zionist equals Nazi dog whistle. That's not true.
For just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. That's referring to this. Anybody that says to Bad Empanada and his fans, hey, I think it's weird that you all are using genuine dog whistles, terms created by neo-Nazis to spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which he, as he shows himself, understands are not good. I think it's weird that you would do that. I think it's weird that that's happening. But you know what? I'm not even gonna jump in there with y'all, because once I start saying that, you're going to just call me a Zionist or an insert Nazi dog whistle here. The Nazi dog whistle in question is Zog slave. It's weird to me that leftists who are anti-Zionist and pro-Palestine would adopt language and terminology from neo-Nazis to employ them to be anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian. I don't think that's useful. I don't think that's useful at all. I think that's counterproductive on multiple levels. And I also just think it's weird and disrespectful and racist. There's a clear incentive for him to constantly do content like this. And that's who he's shaped himself as in the last 4 or 5 years. Like, he wasn't getting traction at all until he started beefing with Vosh and Destiny. And that kind of created his persona. And he's leaned into that persona, as I said at the beginning of the video, pretty much this entire time. To be just blunt, Bad Empanada and this specific type of debate bro style creator, they work for a specific type of leftist figure online. It's not just the left. It's really all of these reactionary types where these are fundamentally weak individuals.
I think the term he's trying to, like, not to correct him too far, it's just to say they're more like authoritarian personalities, right? And a lot of these guys, they come from the same kind of 4chan rat trap, right? And whether you feel like you left it or your politics evolved beyond it, you still have that common kind of cultural acceptability of a certain type of edginess, is what I would say.
Fundamentally weak people that get joy out of someone
I like FD Signifier. I just disagree with him on a few things, right? And I am comfortable with that. You know, as a fellow unk, I'm okay with us disagreeing on a couple things, right? Like, I have a different perspective. I have different experiences than him. I disagree with him on a couple things, right? But largely, we're all pulling in the same fucking direction. And I like seeing communities like his growing. That's really needed. We need, elder millennial Gen X leaders from all sorts of communities if we're going to pull together a multiracial working class movement that overtakes and changes this society.
They perceive as strong, dominating another person. They like the idea that they are fans of the big strong man, the person that wins fights and debates. It's very much wrestling. Going back to this thing creators like Bad Empanada are doing with the genocide in Palestine, they are using it as a get out of canceled free card to just punch left. And don't get me wrong, there's criticism to be made around ContraPoints, various other creators, and how they've engaged in two-sided the genocide that I agree with. There's a necessary critique that I kind of wish I will just hold this L. I realized this is the beginning of the year when I started arguing with y'all, not y'all in particular, but when I started arguing with my chat about how Candace Owens has a point and you have to hand it to Candace Owens, I realized, oh shit, we failed. We failed to normalize and frontline a disciplined critique on the issue. And not just we, obviously the Democratic Party is the main culprit. I want to be clear on that. But I was like, oh shit, we didn't do our jobs. If this is something I'm seeing, and I was also seeing that in real life. Bad Empanada has a history degree. I don't think his history degree is in American studies. I'm pretty sure it's world studies. I'm sure he knows something about American history. I'm sure he has a better grasp than the average person, but he doesn't really understand white supremacy and racism. He doesn't.
He also doesn't understand American politics in any kind of serious way. He does not get it. Well, you have Daria Liza on the stream. She's running for Congress. Oh yeah, she was just on Hasan's stream, right? I mean, I'd love to, but we'll see. We'll see if it happens. I'm working on a bunch of different people coming on the stream. We'll see if it comes on. GC is really cool.
He thinks he does. He thinks his analysis is actually really good. It's not. And so here's an example. We were talking about the nature of becoming white in America for Jewish people, and we compared it to Irish people and what Irish people went through. And so he decides that no, Irish people were always white in America based on some things he's about to say.
One thing that people are always wrong about in the US, for example, is that Italians and Irish, etc., were ever considered not white. That's not true. Not even remotely true. They were always considered to be white from the very beginning. So the way that they did that, they created a legal category called white. This is the first time they did it. And they did that specifically because they wanted to include the Irish in a category and give them something to lose so that they no longer felt sympathies with the black people there and would no longer think about rebelling with them.
So the irony here is that he's completely correct, but he's using this information to undergird an incorrect conclusion. He's literally disproving himself through his own language. Because what he basically just said is what we said and what anybody that actually understands white supremacy in America would say. It's not that Irish people were not legally white, it's that they did not truly belong to the class and property of whiteness until after essentially the civil rights movement, after the New Deal. Up until the New Deal, the Irish were treated as second-class citizens. They were treated not the same as black people, not as harshly as black people, but definitely not included among whiteness in any meaningful sense other than to exclude black people from the category along with them. As he just said, the biggest lynching event in the history of America is a lynching of 17 Italians in New Orleans. So yes, while the Irish were legally white in America for a long time under the category of whiteness in a legal sense. That's the same way that black people were legally allowed to vote before the Civil Rights Bill. It's a completely brain dead framing of this concept. And it shows his limitations. When I have limited information and experience in the topic, I either don't say nothing or do a better job of learning. Bad Empanada, he's like, fuck it.
That's the other thing. Like, the other thing is, and I think this is important to understand, is that he has put all people who are American in the privileged first worlder category, where he can now attack them. He basically, their Americanness means that they lose all of their oppression points. So he thinks it's perfectly okay to call an American a slur based on a racial category because their Americanness makes them privileged. And because they're not in the oppressed, imperialized third world, then they benefit from imperialism, and therefore you could treat them any way you want. And it's funny to say this. He says this as a white Westerner from Australia who is living as a digital nomad in Argentina, making Ameribucks, making slop content for Americans to entertain Americans and Westerners. And then he uses that hard currency that he gets for entertaining Americans, and he buys highly exploited third world or developing world labor so that he can live a life of luxury. That's what he does. That is the actual material reality of Bad Empanada. Mike, I like your shirt. Thank you. It comes from Meow Wolf, which is a permanent art fixture in Los Angeles. I bought it at they're like the grocery store satire thing. It's Omega Mart. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's keep going.
The proudest moment from this response, though, is this right here.
Going to be the dominant hierarchical system in the US and in the Americans in general. Where did that come from? How did it evolve to get to where it is now? They wouldn't be able to tell you. They don't know these things. I know more about race relations in their own country than they do about their own country. And here they are trying to apply.
No, they don't. No, he fucking doesn't.
Their own narrow little already misunderstanding of how things work in their own country to other countries, where it doesn't even apply at all.
So he said, as an Australian man living in Argentina, as a white Australian man living in Argentina, that he knows more about race relations in America than a ABD sociologist, a history major, I don't know, deculturation's full education, but a historian, a Mexican historian, another black historian, and a genuine black studies scholar, PhD, who teaches at an HBCU. Like straight up academics. But Bad Empanada knows more than us and is able to lecture us on these topics. Crazy. The gist of what I wanted to do here in this first part is to show that Bad Empanada is not materially critiquing actual stances I have. I do not think Jewish supremacy is a fake thing. And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes. But as they've materialized for content, I do not think Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I do not think that anti-Semitism is the most important pressing issue, and that global anti-Semitism is the problem right now in the world.
This is not the only interpretation. I've seen people talk about gentrification. I've seen people talk about colonialism and American exceptionalism and immigration stuff. So I'm not saying this is the only interpretation, but this is something to see. Yeah.
I do not think that people should support and fan for Graham Plattner. I do not like Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner is like most white leftists, and it's fucking obvious. Just like I gotta deal with white leftists in real life, we might have to deal with a couple of motherfuckers in government. I'm gonna take Graham Plattner over whichever Republican figure they gonna throw out there. But of
course that's true. Of course that's true. But I think Graham Plattner is earnest. And this is you know, he's from a 95% white state. Like what the fuck do you expect? You know what I mean? Like it is whatever, 100%. It is what it is, you know? And my general feeling about this is in America today, and in the world, the people that are fighting the hardest against the institutions of white supremacy are leftists. Even if they have blind spots, even if nobody's perfect, right? Like that is the context that we are all in.
made that video. I made that Graham Plattner video explicitly to point out how the white left turns off their critical faculties when the strong, authoritative man says the things they wish they could say, but they can't or don't. So that is why I did not bother to respond to Bad Empanada's critiques of me. They're not real critiques. They're only there, as I showed earlier, to create engagement for his channel. And it's really obvious once you just actually listen to what I'm saying.
I think the Graham Plattner thing is, that's where I strongly disagree with a lot of other people, because like Graham Plattner is a white guy. And there's no doubt about it. And he has had racially insensitive shit in the past. That's absolutely true. But Susan Collins is voting for fascists to take the Supreme Court and remove the Voting Rights Act. And Graham Plattner wants to restore the Voting Rights Act and, in fact, go further than that. So materially, there's like, I'm going to do everything I can to help Graham Plattner, even if I have some things I don't like about his biography or whatever, because I care about the material outcome that he is fighting for. And if that makes me insensitive, I guess I'm insensitive. You know, I guess I'm an insensitive guy. I'm going to insensitively give Medicare for all. I'm going to insensitively have intersectional leftism rule over America, do a Green New Deal. You know, like I'm going to, you know, it is what it is.
Saying, and then look at how his channel responds to me being around. The bottom line is you put my face in the thumbnail, you gon' do numbers, period.
Bro.
You put my face in the thumbnail and create drama.
Right
ooh, now you gotta wait. But I told Noah Sampson on numerous occasions, not like serious, not like.
I mean, that's true, and it's awful. And honestly, it is what it is, right? Like, if people want to put your name in there and make money, that's what they're gonna do. The difference is, like, I think that all of us on the left, we need to learn to cultivate solidarity, right? Like, again, I can think to myself, Graham Plattner is very clearly a good thing and would be a good sign if more Graham Plattner-like people rose up throughout our country in places that are majority white. If every place that was majority white had a Graham Plattner senator, we'd be fucking golden, right? That's my perspective. Now, maybe I'm being too much of an incrementalist, but I also support, I've been a Summer Lee stan. I've been an Ilhan Omar stan. I've been a Rashida Tlaib stan. I've been a Chris Rapture fan. Like, I have been there trying to uplift leaders of leftism that are not white to take leading positions in the movement electorally. So I'm not somebody who is like, and I'm not saying that because like ultimately you could just judge me by my record. Like my record is very clearly, I take this shit seriously. I mean, I got banned for talking about white fragility. You guys know that, right? Like I got banned for talking about the way white people get fucking like well before everybody else. Like, in fact, I pushed back against some people that were questioning the idea that white fragility, like the ideas in there, had any validity at all. I think they do have some validity. Now, I happen to think Robin DiAngelo is a fucking lib. Like, I'm somebody who's talked about all this shit. You know, I've talked about intersectionality, and I've also talked about Adolph Reed and like and I think that there are elements of all these different critiques that I think make sense. Excuse me. And yet the Cinemarxism camp will say I'm racist because they don't watch me. These people don't watch me. The people that criticize me the harshest have never watched me. Literally, never, not once, never clicked. Because they have an idea of who I am in their head. They saw a tweet or a clip out of context. That's all they've done. They've literally never, ever chatted. My harshest critics have never watched me. Literally.
Like deep, not like heated. I really don't fuck with Bad Empanada. I don't think you should fuck with Bad Empanada, but you do what you think is best. At a certain point, Noah started fucking with Bad Empanada. And I'm gonna just be real.
I mean, I think the reason that all of us fucked with Bad Empanada is because he was fighting back against Ethan Klein. He was fighting back against Destiny. And we were like, we like his long form videos and he's attacking the right targets. So why the fuck would we promote him? That guy seems chill. And then he got addicted to the anti-Hasan clout. Then he decided he wanted to be a woke scold. And this happens a lot. Is we promote somebody because they do some really cool shit. And then they get really lazy and they start doing moralizing. Because moralizing is easy work, chat. I'm going to tell you something. Moralizing is easy work. You don't have to read anything. You can just moralize. You go, how much better am I than this person? They made a mistake in the past. I didn't make that same mistake. I'm better than them. No effort required. Writing a fucking essay takes effort. Learning about historical events takes effort. By the way, I got to tell you, Whenever I see someone falling into the moralizing content game, I fucking unfollow their ass. I find it boring. I go, nah, I'm out. Because you get promoted when you do good shit for the movement as a whole, or you advance some sort of like thoughtful critique. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to promote.
Impanada is using Noah to sane wash and normalize his presence in the online left. That is what Bad Impanada has done to Noah in the last 2 years. I get the appeal of a Bad Impanada. One, that authoritative edgelord nonsense. But two, to give Bad Impanada credit, he has been principled on anti-Zionism well before it was popular. So a Bad Impanada...
I mean, I was principled before any of these motherfuckers. Like before Bad Impanada. What the fuck? I've been principled on this shit. I was there on October 7th. I was there years before that. The last mowing of the grass of Gaza. I was on my stream. I was talking about Palestine. I was talking about all this shit. And I knew exactly who I was fighting with, too. I was no naif. I was not naive.
Not deserve a little bit
moralize and demoralize. I'm not moral. I'm just saying, I'm talking about myself, not others. I'm saying that I was literally there alone, you know? Like, so the idea that he's going to be like more, leftist than thou is fucking bullshit. Nothing that is human is alien to me. That's so true. God, I love that quote.
Wave after October 7th when people started talking more about that issue. But people like Bad Impanada are also why Noah Sampson's getting sued right now. That crossover, the way that Bad Impanada's community brigades and pushes anyone that allows them in their space. Everybody that used to rock with Bad Impanada that gave him a little love after October 7th, 2023 has now blocked him except for Noah Sampson.
By the way, that's not even true. It wasn't after October 7th. It's my distancing from Bad Impanada happened when he decided he wanted to align himself with the ADL. He wanted to align himself with Zionists like Destiny. He was going to align himself with fucking fascists in his personal revenge quest against Hasan and myself because he tried to critique us and our fans didn't like it. They didn't agree with him. And he felt like he is the brightest and the rightest and the most correct. And the fact that we engage with like supporting Zohran Mamdani or Chris Rabb or Summer Lee or any kind of left-wing politician who supports Palestine, he thinks that that's actually bad. And the fact that he was unable to like ruin our reputations with our audiences, and honestly, he didn't make a dent. Bad Impanada did not make a dent in our reputations. That's what he's fucking salty over.
That's the only one, and maybe Cavernacle. They're the only ones that have not said to themselves, this guy's kind of a weirdo and unhinged, and I probably shouldn't invite him into my space. And this is a criticism of Hasan too. First off, Hasan should have never been in the podcast with Ethan Klein. Let's just put that out there. He's admitted that himself. This is just keeping it real.
I always hated Ethan Klein. I always hated Leftovers. I thought it was dog shit. We've talked about this before. I also hated Leftovers. If you go and you look at, this is like something that I point out because it's funny. I hated Leftovers and I thought it was such garbage that I just streamed through it. I just streamed the fuck through it. I thought it was trash. I just streamed the fuck through it. If you go and look at my my streams, when was Leftovers? It was on Thursdays, right? Was it, what day of the week was it? Yeah, it was on Thursdays. If you look at my streams on Thursdays, they're almost all long during Leftovers because I thought it sucked. So I just kept streaming because I didn't want to watch Ethan Klein fucking chew into the mic and have nothing of fun to say. So I always thought it was trash. So I completely agree. Leftovers sucks ass.
This is probably going to be labeled, while always keep the white left at arm's reach or some shit like that. Because the bottom line is white leftists are white. And the average white leftist does not understand how whiteness works within them. The average white left does not understand how whiteness shapes their worldview. They understand that whiteness is a problem. They understand that racism is a problem. They might even be anti-racist, the best of the best. But they fail to recognize how the experience in the world as a white person shapes the things that they are comfortable with, the people they expose themselves to. So Hasan should never had a podcast.
I mean, this is obviously true, and there's a variety of reasons for it. I mean, the primary way is like separating the left from the black community was a primary goal of neoliberalism. And that's why a lot of black leaders, black left civil rights leaders, were either literally exiled or killed. And the separation of the progressive left from the black community was the reason why neoliberalism seized control of the Democratic Party. And cleaving those groups back together, cleaving the left back to becoming a champion of the rights of black people is a key and an important thing that we must do in order to win power in this country. And like part of that is white people's fault and white leftists' fault, but there's also a lot of material things that are structurally embedded in the black community. And I'm not a black man, right? I only have my experience with the Democratic Party and seeing the party machines that operate within American cities and the black community. And these have to do with like, you know, real material benefits that are given to these third spaces and these community organizing spaces by the Democratic Party machine. The Democratic Party machine flows patronage toward the black community, like toward these organizing spaces in the black community, and they earn that trust, right? Like this is something that we on the left, we have to break into. There's a reason why like black aunties have voted with centrist Democrats and don't trust the left. And that's something that we have to break into. Now it's a generational thing. Young black people seem to be voting with the progressive left, right? But it's older black people that we haven't made those inroads in with yet. You know, there's a big generational gap, especially in the black community. Now, I'm not a black man. This is my analysis and my understanding of being in these spaces, but I forever will be an outsider to them because I have my white privilege of being a white man. Like it is what it is. And I know exactly what it is. Like, listen, I'll never be perfected, like, because whiteness is not something that I have. It is something that is given to me by society. It's not something I could give up. It's like the cat that comes back. Right? I will always be white in a white supremacist society. Now, being a lefty is the way that white people lose their fucking status. You want to be targeted by the state? Be a white leftist. But, you know, I'm just saying, like we get it. We understand this. Like, we try to make an effort. And the thing is, like, part of understanding is recognizing that that is what it is. I'm just a highly pragmatic person. Like you know, and I don't spend a lot of time self-flagellating, you know, like I don't have that in me, you know, I just don't, you know, it is what it is. I am focused on educating all of you and try to get to the best outcomes we can.
Ethan Klein in the first place. Ethan Klein was a edgelord, quasi alt-right guy for the longest time. There's a whole
check your whiteness, bub. Ha ha ha. Oh, this right winger thinks that one of the things that makes right wingers funny is like, the thing is, I'm a successful guy, right? Like, I won the game. You know what I mean? Like, I won the game. I'm living the dream. So I could have these conversations and not feel small, right? Like, I could talk about this shit and laugh at it and go like, and not feel in any way hurt or attacked, right? It in many ways, it is a luxury, right? That I am afforded that, right? And I don't have to feel ego attacked like that guy does. This guy fucking feels attacked. He's a white guy. He feels attacked. And people point it out. You're a white guy and you lost? Damn. You got all those advantages and you still lost? Damn. That's frustrating, huh? Who are you blaming? Black people? Are black people to blame for you losing and being a fucking incel loser? Is it black people's fault? Or is it the capitalist's fault? Nah, you're going to blame black people. You're going to blame black people. You're going to blame the weak, marginalized immigrant. That's who's to blame. Fucking loser.
Like 10-minute video of him saying the N-word. So L on Hasan for even like allowing himself to engage with Ethan Klein as much as he did. When the issue of Zionism became a preeminent problem on the world stage, Hasan found it no longer no longer possible to associate with Ethan Klein. I didn't follow the beef. I don't know the full thing, but it was no longer possible. And because Ethan Klein is, I'll just say, has a unique energy about him, and his fan base is cuckoo bananas. Any and everyone that—
I mean, a lot of the Ethan Klein fan base is it's just Destiny puppeting him. It's Destiny with his hand up his ass. You know, like that's what it is. Especially the the harassers. It's Destiny's community using Ethan Klein as a sock puppet.
That had any tangential connection to Hasan was pulled into this beef with Ethan Klein, and they tried it with me. I started getting messages on Instagram and my email saying,
"Do you see what they're doing to Ethan Klein? You need to say something to Hasan and to Noah Sampson."
And I was like, what are y'all talking about? I don't know. I don't rock with him at all. I made a post about it. I said, please don't bring me into this before I make a video about you. And I left it at that. But Bad Impanada, if you want an attack dog for Zionists, for liberal Zionists Who you gonna call? Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is a genuine attack dog for the topic. It made sense at the time, I'm sure, to say,
you know what? Maybe we allow Bad Empanada to associate with us to bolster our critiques of Ethan Klein and Zionism.
Now, mind you.
Yeah, well, and there was the other thing. He was also playing nice. You know what I mean? Like, he used to say, vote Bernie Sanders. I don't know. I think he might have deleted the video, but I covered it on my other stream. I don't know. I'm sure I could find it if I really hunt hard. But he was like, you got to vote for Bernie Sanders because if you vote for Bernie Sanders, he'll open up the space for the global South. Like, he had that same critique, the same argument I would make. Chatter is a DGGer. Everything is Destiny or Ethan LMAO. I mean, you're like, your name is NoFap. Your name is NoFap, bro. All right, you're not allowed to spam on your alt account. You have to come on your main account. You can't crash out on your alt.
This also contradicts Bad Empanada and his principal stance, because Bad Empanada had been critiquing and talking bad about Hasan for a minute up to that point. But as soon as Hasan allowed him a window into his circle, Bad Empanada was down for the clown. And Noah, for whatever reason, has always felt like there was more use for Bad Empanada than it actually was. So both Noah and Hasan attach themselves to Bad Empanada, and understand when you do content with or about a person.
You want an L from me. I was an advocate for that. I was like, Bad Empanada has good takes and he's attacking the right people. I don't have a problem with Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada seems cool to me. Like, he went after Vosh for attacking like Professor Flowers. Fucking racist Vosh. But he went after Destiny. He was right on a lot of his critiques. And I knew previously that he had supported Bernie Sanders. So I was like, this guy, I think he could be an ally, right? And when he went on Noah's original stream, the fundraiser that I went on with the Palestinian fundraiser, he was playing nice with Hasan. He was making kissy face with Hasan. So we thought maybe, like, by having an association with other people, he would be normal. But he got addicted to that anti-Hasan clout.
You are connecting your communities. There's multiple valuable benefits to doing that, which is why for the longest I was not going to respond to Bad Empanada, because I did not want to create any type of connection between my content and his from my end. That's why this is going on the streaming channel. Hasan quickly recognized Bad Empanada is Bad Empanada. Noah, not so much. Quick behind the scenes, I agree to come and help Noah fundraise. I'm very generous with doing shit like this. It's really not a big deal. And we have a brief discussion about Bad Empanada behind the scenes. And I basically say this: I would prefer you not bring Bad Empanada on. I don't want to really talk about Bad Empanada. If you decide you want to bring him on, I can't stop you, but I would appreciate if we didn't do that. He agrees. And I think that was genuine. I'm not saying that Noah lied or tricked me into creating a situation where we were going to have a debate. But the problem is, as soon as I'm on the screen, we have Bad Empanada chatters trying to ask me questions, saying, repeating his talking points. So at a certain point, I say, okay, let me just address it a little bit. I play Noah the clip that Bad Empanada posted of me labeled Zionist is a dog whistle, and that FD Signifier claims Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. But this opens up a conversation. And this is kind of a tough conversation. Me and Noah are not fully aligned on how we perceive the influencer economy and this subject. And so we have a relatively normal conversation. It's probably a conversation I would prefer not to have publicly, but it is what it is. I'm fine with it. Despite my critiques of Noah in the moment, I trust Noah Sampson. I don't think he's a grifter or that he's in the wrong place. But at a certain point, Bad Empanada.
Hello everyone, Ruben Poole here. Something that's not really getting talked about too much with the upcoming Democratic US presidential election primaries is foreign policy. But for those of us who aren't in the USA, that is, like most of the people in the world, it's a pretty important thing. So allow me to pool a USA for a second here and try my best to interfere in your elections. A Bernie Sanders presidency would be much better for the rest of the world than basically any other possible candidate, not just in this election, but also any other US president or US presidential candidate in history. I mean, yeah, it's cool.
Okay, this is literally my argument to this day. So here's Bad Empanada basically saying 6 years ago what he now calls Zog slave. So I guess he was a Zog slave, according to him, right? Like, and by the way, I don't even like that terminology because I think it's fucking terrible. But according to him, that's what he is, right? He was supporting an imperialist who voted to send American troops in Afghanistan or whatever fucking thing he would now justify, right? That's the bad empanada that I knew.
Pops up in the chat and he tweets Noah Sampson invites Zionists to his stream to slander anti-Zionists as Nazis for naming Jewish supremacy. So he tweets that out, and at a certain point he's in the chat. There he is. And so he's begging to come up at this point. So I want you to look at my energy now when talking to a person I trust, trying to understand something. You know, we're just having a conversation
on the stage rather than like behind the scenes. And like debates, I mean, I think we both feel similarly about debates, which is that like it is ultimately theater. Speaking of which, I would be remiss to not mention it. I think Bad Empanada is in the chat. Everyone's yelling at me to bring him on. You don't have to. I know it's cutting into, you know, it's 10:48.
I don't have, the kids have just gotten lunch. I don't have much to do.
Okay.
So let's roll.
You want me to bring him on? All right.
So I made the mistake of engaging around the topic publicly with Noah around Bad Empanada. And so at the end of the day, it was only fair to allow him to come up and defend himself and confront me on things I had said. I broke my own rule. I had to suffer the consequences for it. Hence this video. But I gotta give this critique to Noah. Noah's allowance of the Bad Empanada stink on his public presence is what allows this to happen. If I'd have been able to come here and help him raise money and talk about propaganda, and he doesn't have Bad Empanada stands in his chat, we probably don't get to this point. But it is what it is. I'm too nice. It is what it is.
I always end up doing this. I did this last time I was talking to...
If you've ever seen me in a conversation that looks like a debate, I'm not debating. I'm not debating. I don't debate. I don't believe in debate. And I've said publicly on multiple occasions.
Now, by the way, I disagree with this. I think that debate has its, I think it has its purpose. The problem is the culture of debate has been polluted by people like Destiny, who is not a debater, right? And we have lost. So like when people say debate, there's like the sense of what debate really is versus what Destiny and his ilk have created. A culture that sucks dick and is full of dummies, which is closer to like cable news panel shows than it is a debate, right? And a cable news panel show is about looking good and farming clips. It's not a intellectual exercise. If we're doing a good faith intellectual exercise around a disagreement over a proposition, like Graham Plattner winning would be good for the left proposition, right? I would be in the affirmative for that. And then I assume that there would be many people that would be in the negative for that. And I would explain my position and they could explain their position and we could assert our different arguments and you could determine whether or not you think that that would be helpful or not, right? That would be useful. I would love to have that conversation. If it meant we could have it in good faith, we could treat each other in a comradely way, we could focus on the arguments and the ideas, that would be fucking awesome. But that doesn't exist. Right? That's not the way debate occurs. We can't have those kind of conversations anymore because the culture of debate has been so polluted and turned into blood sports and garbage. So if you're talking about blood sports and garbage, then yeah, that's fucking trash. If you're talking about Jubilee surrounded, it's fucking trash. But if you're talking about like two adults that have respect for one another, disagreeing over a point in front of an audience, I think that has a lot of value, both from an entertainment perspective, from an intellectual perspective. I think it's always good to have ideas tested and have people be in situations where they have to respond to arguments. I think that's good. But unfortunately, it does not exist. That culture does not exist. Let's keep going.
I'm not a good debater, but I'm a fucking liar. I'm a fucking liar. I went to an HBCU. Oh, yeah. So somebody pointed out that this is also exactly what Bad Empanada did to Noah maybe last year when he did a live stream. That Noah had Hasan on and Bad Empanada jumped into his chat and forced his way into a conversation.
It's a really good way of farming views, man, because you can then create really good content. I debated Hasan. I debated FD Signifier. And Noah Sampson let himself be used that way.
Conversation with Hasan. Again, clout demon. We're not going to watch this in full.
Jeff is on the line.
But I want you to peep Bad Empanada's posture and his energy.
Hi, Jeff.
FD, you love to...
Look how energetic he is. Ready, right? I want you to peep how energetic and confident and ready he is for this conversation. He is so excited.
It's my failure on not staying on cold myself. Zionist Nazis. I don't even know how that came up, but that's why I'm here.
Wait, so say that one more time, sorry.
He decided to call me a Nazi for being too anti-Zionist for his taste.
I never said that. Never have said that. Never have called him a Nazi. White supremacists. White supremacists. I pointed out that he unironically uses neo-Nazi terms, but I'm not going to call him a Nazi. I don't think that counts. I don't think that works. He does live in Argentina. There's a lot of comparisons I can make. So we start out with a lie. And this is the thing that he's done this entire time.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Give me a break. Anyway, let's talk about the
Wait. No. Did he say it? Is that something you believe?
He said, oh, he uses Nazi dog whistles for not caring.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
The typical bullshit.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle? Did you call BGR?
You're talking about Nazi dog whistles. Do you understand
Answer the question.
something?
You're evading. Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
I'm going to explain something to you. I'm going to explain a black man.
So you see, immediately we're evading. And he's evading because Bad Empanada acts like this on Twitter. He acts like this in comment sections, but he doesn't do this in his content. It is a strategy for this type of debate grow.
Unironically, it's the Destiny strategy. Unironically, this is the Destiny strategy. The Destiny strategy is it's Mott and Bailey. Talk really big, talk shit, or somebody onto your stream for content, and then retreat to the Bailey, which is a much more defensible, moderate position. It's the Destiny. Debate me. This is the Destiny. He's literally copying Destiny's playbook.
Creator. I'm going to go somewhere, get in front of people and act like I don't have any sense and trick them into engaging with me so that I can siphon and vampire off of their presence for my channel and the content. The thing that was most revealing to me is how committed he is to, at no point during this debate does he acknowledge that it's not good for him to use Nazi dog whistles and hate speech casually in the same way that Nazis do. He feels like he should be able to act like a Nazi because he's not a Nazi. He's actually an anti-Zionist. And Zionism is the real problem.
And how dare you critique me acting like a Nazi when there's a genocide going on? I should be able to act like a Nazi. There's a genocide going on. Why are you wasting time talking about my Nazi adjacent behavior?
Mind you, again,
that's basically it. That's basically it. And our position is different because we're trying to appeal to normal people. He's trying to build a brand as the most anti-Zionist, right? And we're trying to build a movement to stop Zionism, right? And to stop Zionism, we need a lot of Deborahs. We need a lot of Kevins. We need a lot of normal people to see us and go, hey, those people are kind-hearted, they're good-hearted, and they're standing up to the genocide, right? But if we come out there slinging Nazi terms and bigoted terms, and we let ourselves get labeled anti-Semites by the fucking Zionist lobby, if we fall into their trap, you see what happened to fucking Jeremy Corbyn in the UK? They fucking labeled him a bigot, and regular people was like, oh, he's a bigot. And he was separated from political power. We're trying to learn those lessons by appealing to the Kevins and the Deborahs and the masses in order to get them on side for an anti-Zionist movement where we seize state power and we cut off Israel from funding and from diplomatic and military support. That's our fucking goal. So we have an agenda of appealing to regular fucking people. His agenda is make money by posturing as the most anti-Zionist. He's a parasite. He's a tumor off of our communities because where is he going to find people that are so fed up and so frustrated with Zionism that they might be intrigued by the way he's acting? Already committed anti-Zionists. Already people that are just feeling so exhausted and so enraged and so apoplectic about what's going on in Israel that they maybe they get tempted by the dark side of flirting with anti-Semitism, which is what Bad Empanada is doing, right? He is a tumor. He is a boil. He makes our movement weak. And who profits? Only him. That's why he's a fucking tumor.
Really understands the problem of this. This is a video he made last year critiquing one of his own former peers on them frontlining anti-Semitic and Nazi-coded sentiment in their content. But a year later, when things are drying up, when he has to get my attention, suddenly he doesn't understand that.
Or not. Okay.
I give a fuck if he's black or not. I think
have you heard of the Jewish?
You are avoiding a direct question.
I'm answering the question to you.
So I keep kind of like, so once I realized immediately, because I'm not as bad as a debater I make myself out to be, immediately after this moment, I say, oh, he really is just Vosh. He really is just Destiny. I wasn't sure. So when I noticed that he was unwilling to just genuinely say, maybe using Nazi hate speech is weird publicly, I was like, oh, that's it. We got him. All right,
Let me give you context. Have you heard of the Jewish sect Shabbat, however you pronounce it in Hebrew? No fucking way.
No, I'm not very knowledgeable in this topic. No, I don't study.
There are Jewish supremacists. They're, like we've talked about it in our before. There is a large section of Israel that are Jewish supremacist fascists. There's the Jewish Power Party is in the coalition with Benjamin Netanyahu. And when they say Jewish power, they mean it in the sense of when people say white power. There are Jewish supremacists. Christians get spit on in Jerusalem. You know, a nun was just assaulted in her habit in Jerusalem. There are Jewish supremacist fascists in Israel. Nobody's disagreeing with that. Of course that's true.
I'm not a historian. I'm sorry. I don't study Judaism. I don't study Hebrew. I'm not an expert on Jewish history. I know about media tropes. I know about social theory. And so he tries to pull this edgelord gotcha.
You don't know about the thing that I know about?
I'm fucking blown away. But anyway, this is the biggest like religious Jewish group in the entire world.
Pay attention to, wait, what did that say? I'm sorry, I should have read that. Pay attention to how much more he talks throughout the entire debate while still never addressing the criticism that brought him on the stage to begin with.
That's not living well, but go ahead.
I mean, you denied it, and that's the entire reason we're talking here.
No, it's not.
I think before.
And so at this point, I also realized, wait, I start to wonder, wait, does he know he's been clipping me out of context and incomplete for the last month? Does he just not even realize what he's doing? Because, like, I've already proved that this is not real. Is he playing dumb? Like, what? Like, so I'm like, wait, he's genuinely just not good at this. He thinks he's about to own me with facts and logic, I guess. I think Bad Empanada actually is just really racist and thought I was dumb. I think he just genuinely thought he was smarter than me and that I wouldn't be quick enough to recognize what he was.
Sorry, Chad. I raised the, is this better?
Doing. Like, that's the
is
only
this better
thing.
balance? Are we more similar volume now? I'm sorry the balance got fucked. Thank you for correcting that, chatter. Or is the
thing that makes sense of the situation?
Are we the same volume or am I quiet?
Situation.
For asserting his positions, you should let him.
All right, what about now? Is it more balanced? Is it closer?
No, just explain.
Okay, great. So what I was saying there is
I also want to point out how disrespectful Bad Empanada is to Noah. Noah, please clock this. Please clock how this man is using you. How he just disrespected you there and he does it multiple times. Maybe they're cool like that. Maybe they're cool like that. Me and Bill and John and BP and other people, we get it in.
I mean, Hasan never disrespected me like that. Like, I've never been disrespected like that by Hasan, and he's like 10, 20, 30 times, 100 times bigger than me. But like, I never got disrespected like that, let alone someone coming on my channel to debate one of my, like, someone else. Like, what?
I don't know if we've ever talked to each other like this publicly.
Live in this time of actual, like, real Jewish supremacy. Jewish supremacists are committing genocide against people who aren't Jews. Now you're pretending you believe in that. Oh my God. But anyway, we have this situation, right, where Jewish supremacists are doing that. And one of the most important Jewish sects in the world, along with many other Jews outside of this Jewish sect.
I'm just going to summarize. This is him explaining where the word goy comes from. And I want you to peek that. He keeps bringing it to goy. And as I've looked at his followers online in the comment section and on Twitter, they keep bringing it to goy. But I have to point out, he said Zog slave. Goy comes from all these Jewish people, this Jewish sect he's talking about. That's goy. Zog comes from the Turner Diaries. So we're immediately being dishonest, and I clocked this immediately. I'm realizing he just thought I was dumb.
Their role basically is to be slaves for Jews. They are basically like cattle. Mm-hmm. So do you think in this moment, there might be more utility to perhaps not screaming Nazi whenever someone throws these sorts of terms back at these people who are literal Jewish supremacists?
Are you a Jewish
These are people who literally think, no, I'm explaining this to you. So goy, as the way these people use it, is a slur. It's a slur. They use it against Palestinians, they kill them.
I correct
them. Okay, first of all, goy is not a slur. You know, it's like saying there can be a stank on it. It's like someone saying someone's a foreigner. There could definitely be a stank on it. It's contextual. All right. But it's not a slur. Okay. It's not a slur. That's just not true. And so I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Zog slave, goy slave, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
And now I have him. And now it's a wrap. Zog slave, goy slave, who cares? This is it. This is the end of the debate at this point. He says, I don't care if it's a term from Jewish supremacists or from white supremacist neo-Nazis. I want to be able to use it and you shouldn't critique me.
I do. I think it's weird for left. So So first off, let's clarify. Thank you for that filibuster. Did you or did you not call BGR or BRG? I'm not familiar. Did you or did you not call him a Zog slave on Twitter?
Absolutely. That term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Nazi hate speech is hilarious. Why shouldn't I use it? Nazi hate speech is hilarious. Why shouldn't I use it? And that's when I load the gun. And y'all know when it's coming. I load the gun in the back of my head like, oh, it's hilarious. Hate speech is
I mean, if you look up just even a basic research, like a Wikipedia level of research, Zionist Occupation Government, the acronym ZOG, were coined in 1976 article by neo-Nazi activist Eric Thompson. Concept was further developed and spread in the 70s by American white supremacists, particularly by Christian identity adherents. The highly publicized criminal actions of the neo-Nazi group The Order, who used the term, resulted in its rise in popularity among white supremacists. The expression is used by various white supremacists and far-right groups and individuals in both the US and Europe, particularly in Scandinavia. Now, The Order is a reference to the Turner Diaries. The Order is the elite group from the Turner Diaries. Here you go. Inspired by the Turner Diaries, the organization declared war on the federal government of the United States under Ronald Reagan, which it called the Zionist Occupied Government. The Order is like the elite. There's the organization, and then there's the Order in the Turner Diaries, which you do not have to read. But basically, they're saying it's like the special ops of the neo-Nazis. And they went and committed white supremacist terrorism on this shit. This is about as Nazi as something can get.
Hilarious. Things that Nazis say are hilarious when I say it wokely. Oosey Juicy, he should just call you a slur. Wait for the hook. Wait for the hook. It's hilarious.
I don't think you should, because I don't think we should be operational.
But I hold it.
Nazi terminology to attack.
I want to.
I think that's weird, unprincipled, and shitty. And I think that's why you have the reputation you have.
These are all just like, oh, I think it's weird, shitty. Dude, who gives a fuck, okay?
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck if it's weird and shitty? Regular human beings who don't want anything to do with Nazism, because once you start normalizing it, you dumb fuck, it opens the door to fucking neo-Nazis in your movement, you dumb asshole. That means you're going to have people like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens gaining popularity because you have normalized this shit. You have normalized it to your audience. You have made the Jewish identity of Israeli Zionists the important thing, as opposed to the state that is doing the genocide. You have individualized it to be about Jews instead of about Israel, which is exactly what the Nazis want you to do.
Listen, you can do
Jewish supremacy right now, okay? And you're splitting hairs because I threw out this funny term as someone who supports.
I want to take a moment to point out that Noah Sampson's in the corner here. This is supposed to be a stream to help him build a legal defense against Ethan Klein, who is trying to paint him as an anti-Semite. And I am here having to debate his friend on why using Nazi hate speech casually but wokely is a bad thing. But he thinks it's hilarious. Who cares? This is L Noah for putting himself in this position, but this is L Bad Empanada, who clearly does not give a fuck about Noah.
You're calling me Jewish supremacy, but
he definitely doesn't. And I'm sorry, but this was, Bad Empanada is a piece of shit. He is. There's no doubt about it.
Using their terminology the same way they would use it.
They wouldn't call someone a Zog slave.
What would they say?
Negatively. They want to hide that sort of thing. They want to hide this idea that.
So you're going to mask off as a Jewish supremacist.
What the fuck does that mean?
You're calling people, as you say, Jewish supremacist slurs publicly to malign them.
Zog slave is not a Jewish supremacist slur.
Who's the origin point of the Zog? What are you saying about it?
BRG. It's a guy, BRG.
He called him a Zog.
He's a massive elector. He's all the Zionist politicians.
I don't think it's really established in American or Western media apparatus that Zog is anything other than the dog whistle that it is. It's,
How do you explain to someone that amplifying and normalizing Nazi ideology is bad? Shouldn't everyone be okay with saying, hey, the stuff that the Nazis do to critique Jewish people is not good, we won't use it. We won't censor that in our analysis. By the way, he has done this.
You guys both disagree with the framing that Zionists occupy the government, right? It's imperialism the other way around.
I mean, it depends. Are they Zionists in the government? Yes, that's Israel occupied the government.
But Israel doesn't control America.
Why are you worrying about this right now?
Well, because we're talking about the terminology of Zog.
Why can't I use hate speech from Nazis? Why are you being mean to me? I just want to act like a Nazi online to start shit with black people so I can get likes and clicks so that they'll come and debate me. By the way, BRG did debate Bad Empanada, which he shouldn't have.
I worry about it because I recognize that when you do shit like that, it's not in support of Palestinians. It's not even to attack Zionism or to attack Israel. It's to bring attention to your channel and your content. So
that's just speculation of my motivations. It's worth.
It's just speculation.
Oh, guys, it's only speculation. It's called not being a moron. It's called not being a moron and knowing how the game works. Any insults? Oh, hey, majority reporters. How are you all doing today? Welcome on in. We are unfortunately discussing Bad Empanada's debate with FD Signifier. And let me just tell you, Bad Empanada he's pretty much persona non grata now. I already strongly disagreed with his takes on Graham Plattner being him being defeated being a good thing for America and the world. But now he's using Nazi terminology openly. And at that point, I think you've got to call it. W. Emma. Thank you. Oh, God, I got to have Emma on the podcast. Chat, if you don't know this, I have a new podcast I just started a couple months ago with Yagopnik and Freda, two amazing YouTubers on reaction. And we just had Sam Cedar on about Tim Pool. So if you want to check that out, we've also had Liv Agar from QAnon Anonymous. We have had Hasan on, and we just had Matt Lieb from Bad Hasbara. So come hang out, check it out. It's a really good podcast. Make sure you subscribe. We also have the full episode, including a fun half, on our Patreon. So go check that out. Where was I?
That's your opinion, man. I'm just giving you my speculation. I'm telling you why.
I just listened to the Charlie Kirk episode. I expect to be good, but I was surprised by how much I enjoyed it. Nice. Make sure you subscribe to the Patreon so we can pay our editor.
I care. You can tell me why that's incorrect, but like telling me that that's my speculation is just saying.
So maybe the question: do you think is that in service of a broader political goal, Bad Empanada, when you use language like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the matter is, we live in a world that is Jewish exceptionalist.
By the way, all the attacks on Graham Plattner, yeah, they didn't win. They didn't work. 48% of likely voters said they back Plattner in a hypothetical matchup, while 41% said they support Collins. And ladies and gentlemen, there's an even newer poll that I just saw drop. I just retweeted under the term Truth Nuke. Plattner 51, Collins 42. He's now up 9. The self-marginalization of people who hate Plattner is something truly to behold. It's a weird thing. Like, the Plattner hate to me, like, yeah, obviously, if you want to show your rage against the American empire, he's exactly the type of guy you should want to win. He's saying it was all in vain. We have all these CIA agents, Abigail Spanberger, Alyssa Slotkin. We have all these Zionists in power, and they're unperturbed and unattacked. And these people say, I'm the arch anti-Zionist, which is why I'm going to attack the guy who's the most against Israel in the Senate. What?
Jewish supremacists. And these sorts of frameworks are what specifically led to the genocide.
So the only way this answer makes sense is him saying we live in a world that is Jewish exceptionalists and Jewish supremacists. Therefore, we need to act like Nazis to attack them. That is what this framing, the only framing that follows a logical through line to defend his use of that language. If I can't use the same critical framework of the Nazis, how are we going to free Palestine? That he does know that that is wrong. This is his video.
The Nazi dog whistle symbolizes
slurs. Who gives a fuck if there's some slur or whatever?
Most people who are affected by slurs.
So we're talking about actual political issues here, and your response is basically...
We're talking about actual political issues here.
Oh, you're not nice enough.
No,
you use terms
you're not principled enough. Is that what you're doing? Is unprincipled?
This is not what principle. Being principled means actually sticking to what you believe in. Rather
No. Being principled means to principally put forth the movement.
You're not even responding to what I said.
Now, peep the shrinking, because I'm starting to turn up on him. Peep the difference in energy. You remember how
I think it's perfectly reasonable to get angry with some influencer for using the wrong term, but then to go and support an unrepentant imperial assassin of brown people in the third world with a Nazi skull tattooed for years on his chest to celebrate it, it just makes sense for gringos. No, what makes sense is the American state is operated through a legislative process where we pass laws that pour literally $350 billion into Israel. And Graham Plattner has pledged not to do that, which materially undermines a key support of Zionism. If Graham Plattner is defeated, it will be a massive global setback for anti-Zionism. And you're kind of like posturing dumb shit where you think that I'll be insulted because you called me a gringo or whatever, or a first worlder. The reason why Israel is able to do the genocide is because people like Susan Collins are in power. Graham Plattner is a direct attack on the power of Israel. Yeah, he's got a bad background of things that I don't particularly like as a left winger, but give me a fucking break. It's working. If we had 50 Graham Plattners in the Senate, Israel wouldn't exist. And you care more about your fucking online posturing games than doing material things to affect Israel. That's what makes you embarrassing. That's what makes you ineffective. And with an ally like you, who needs enemies? And the other thing that's really disgusting about it is like this strategy I'm talking about has worked. This strategy worked. South Africa was propped up by Ronald Reagan through what was called constructive engagement until we got enough anti-apartheid supporting Congress people in office and they overrode his veto and they passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act, which sanctioned the fuck out of South Africa. And within a year or two of that act, South African apartheid collapsed. This is what I want to do to Israel. I want to do the same exact shit. So it's not like I'm talking about some fantasy idea that doesn't work. I'm talking about the shit that actually worked for the last apartheid state that was an American puppet, South Africa. Now, you don't even know your own fucking history. Now, obviously, I wish we could do more, but I am taking concrete steps in the here and now for the Palestinian cause. And you're stupid by trying to sabotage it to protect what? AIPAC's biggest fucking supporter, Susan Collins? My God, you're stupid. What is wrong with you? And again, I don't care about my brand. You know, like if you're going to think less of my brand because I have concrete, pragmatic political takes, so fucking be it. I want my audience to be people that are actually aware of what's right and what's wrong and what we should do and what we can do. Now, I wish we had an even better person than Graham Plattner running for Senate in Maine, but there isn't. It's either Graham Plattner or Zionism. You're telling me you wouldn't vote for Graham Plattner to defeat Benjamin Netanyahu? Your brand will get tainted. Shut the fuck up.
How he looked. Only put a still of his face at the beginning and notice the difference. It's starting to happen, but we haven't even got there yet.
We were talking about political issues.
I'm sorry for being so fired up on this, but I just can't take this stupid shit anymore. Like, I don't want to go into the next 2 years where we have a chance to truly seize power in the American state for an anti-Zionist cause and then have a bunch of dumb fucks saying the dumbest shit ever. Oh, I can't believe you want power in the American state. That's so problematic. That means you're an imperialist. No, I want power in the American state to stop as much imperialism as I can.
Supremacy in Israel, right?
Okay, let's go back.
That's why there are videos with your face. That's why there are thumbnails with your face on my channel.
Yes, let's go back. So
you're trying to reduce that to being nothing but videos.
I'm not trying to
just for the sake of putting your face in the thumbnail, just for the sake of talking about you.
No. I'm saying no.
What you're doing here is like accusing me of grifting. Okay, it's accusing me of like just chasing the views. If I wanted to chase the views, I would not be shitting on you. I'd be networking with you. I'd be networking with Hasan Pike. I'd be networking with people like you.
He did network with Hasan Pike, and Hasan kicked him out because he was like, "You and your group are gross, and I don't want to be bothered."
That is how I would actually have way more subscribers, way more views. If you don't rock the boat, you get way
By the
more.
way, you're literally rocking the boat, and now you have a debate that you can post. So now you can parasite off of FD's audience. You're going to get in front of more algorithmic people that are left-leaning and anti-Zionist, and some percentage of them are going to be attracted to you from the mere exposure effect if the debate goes well. And a lot of white people in the West want to pat themselves on the back as being like distance from the crime to their state because I refuse to work with anyone in office. That means that I'm safe from being morally tainted. No, if you're in America, you are morally tainted by our empire until it's dismantled. You're not safe because you abstained. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Fucking views.
Oh, I forgot to do this. Hold up. This nigga sent me an email a couple of years ago asking me to review one of his videos. So he has tried to network with me. I gave him the critique I have had about him the whole time. He sent me his Kanye West, Kyrie Irving, Afrocentrism video. And I straight up said to him, the videos, I have some critiques. I would just like to get an opinion from a Black American dude I respect, considering this is entirely about Black American history and how some Black people deal with it in the present day. Thanks a lot, Bad Empanada. And I let him know in that email, I was being nice. I said, hey, here's my critique of the video. Critiques he did not incorporate it in any way. And then I said at the bottom, dude, you act kind of weird. You should probably act less weird. I like your videos. A lot of people like your videos, but you're a weirdo. It makes it impossible to engage with you publicly. So this idea that he hasn't tried to network and hasn't tried to engage with people because he's such a principled lone wolf is bullshit. He's been in my comment section for years.
Criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he doesn't want to compromise his audience. Sorry, Noah, you know it's true.
And then out of nowhere, he puts Noah on blast.
Noah Sampson does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he doesn't.
Noah didn't appreciate that. Peep Noah's face. You can look at Noah's face here. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about me for? Oh, wait till he says it.
Noah Samson does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he does not want to.
You see Noah lock in? He's like, what the fuck you bring up my shit for?
What has though? Okay, so for you, what has brought positive change in your eyes from other creators?
I think this is where he lost Noah, although it shouldn't have ever been gotten.
Oh man, wow, that's weird. Wow, that's weird. He started putting Noah on blast, and then suddenly, uh-oh.
To this point to begin with. But at this point, I think he loses Noah, because Noah's like, yo, what the you already in here defending slurs, then you trying to put me in the same category as you.
Like, what can you visibly see as you say you push the needle? How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hasan Piker is actually facing serious like left-wing backlash against his I'm going to support Zionist electoral strategy. Guess who started that?
To do with you. That has everything to do with Hasan's behavior in the moment. Hasan has been doing a Democrat tour. I get why he's doing it. You know, I hope it works out. His videos about Hasan, 26,000 views, 25,000 views, 30,000 views, 28,000 views. He is not affecting the landscape with these videos. He's just not. He literally got more views talking about me talking about a Disney movie. So no, I think it probably has more to do with Hasan being the most visible leftist figure in modern media, that he's been targeted from a variety of different places, including the left. I think it's due to Hasan's genuine flaws and limitations that he's always been criticized from the left. As a
What change have you contributed to, though? None of us have contributed too much.
And you notice he's filibustering. He is gish galloping. He's trying to talk fast. And you see my face here. At this point, I think it's about time. I'm like, he's about ready. I want you to hear the next thing he says to defend himself.
You think that the US government is occupied by Zionists. Now, is that not true? Yeah, but do I think that right now it's really important for us to harp on why that's not?
So he says, you know, most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It's okay for me to say Nazi dog whistles and hate speech because most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. To a black man, thank you, Maxim Veer. It's important for me to call a black man a Zog slave. And he keeps coming back to Goy because that makes it a little less obviously awful, but he's still employing genuine anti-Semitism to defend himself here. Do you understand though? Do you understand?
This is a Bosch N-word defense.
Right. This is Boston Destiny. Which, by the way, he did. I don't even want to get into the fact that you defended.
Okay, so let's talk about.
Oh, I forgot about that. He defended. Hold up. I forgot that he also said there's nothing wrong with saying Uncle Tom.
That's the problem with you guys. You understand everything through the vein of identity politics and like individuals more than anything. So you can't like reconcile this fact that, for one, calling someone a fucking Uncle Tom is totally fine. Totally fine. I don't give a shit what Americans say. We're reclaiming this word for everyone. The only issue is that Uncle Tom was a slave, okay? So sometimes it can be used in the wrong way. Like calling someone a house slave when they're doing something clearly by choice, you know, it just doesn't really apply, but it's not particularly offensive, okay? The connotation of this.
Again, if, like, unbelievable, like, right? Like, America has an incredibly fraught racial caste system, which we're just barely breaking out of. And he wants to put black people on blast by using terms referencing slavery. That's fucking crazy, man.
Is that these people are like collaborators of some sort, you know, with people who ultimately see them as lesser. This is something that can be applied to many situations.
So he then proceeds to explain Uncle Tom to the black people. This is about Van Jones and something else.
Uncle Tom is a universally useful term in the connotations of like a collaborator who's collaborating against the interests of a group of people for some reason. And Van Jones is absolutely one of those people. Van Jones is one of those people. Other people who are like that as well, like Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib is an Uncle Tom Palestinian. Now, as I said, I do understand that Uncle Tom was actually a slave, as in he didn't really have much of a choice. But also, like, the couple.
Did he even mention that Uncle Tom came from a book? Does he know this? I think he's talking about him like he's a real person. I won't nitpick, but I almost forgot that.
Saying dog slave to someone, or goy slave or whatever, or good goy or whatever.
He keeps on putting goy in there, which has never been. Just show it one more time. He keeps putting going there because he's trying to sane wash what he did.
Goy, Zog. These are things that are like used against you. It's like, you're a Zog, you're a goy. If anything, they call people goys.
And that's just not true, because he's saying they to imply it's the Jews, to dissuade from the fact that he's talking about the Nazis. Topic in hand, the they here in hand are Nazis.
Goy slave, whatever. Oh, this shit is. Why would I call him an N-word? He's not doing anything.
Why not? It's also funny. Call me in your videos, Bad EMPANADA. They're funny. They'll get.
So say it. Say what? Say the word you want to say. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you. I'll say it.
All right, I think we can move on.
Pete, what he just did!
They're funny. They'll get.
I didn't notice this till after the fact. Look at his face when I say, call me a. And now I got it. Get you views.
I'm not arguing that it's funny.
But you think I'm not arguing that it's funny. I didn't peep that either. I'm not arguing that it's funny.
What happened?
Like using this fucking humorous
This is so funny. Like, this is so funny because, like, this is all about what is currently acceptable. That's the game he's surfing on. It's not a principled thought.
Zog slave.
Twitter.
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Twitter.
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
I didn't look at Noah's face. What's Noah doing here? Let me see. Oh, me and your videos, Bad Empanada, they're funny. They'll get you views.
I'm not arguing that.
Let's talk for a second. Let me go. You think I'm a liberal Zionist. You think that it's more important to be funny and identify the flaws of your enemies unprincipled.
No, that's not what.
Call me a with the hard ER. You defended Norm Finkelstein's use.
Like, I don't understand how you think this is like some sort of good response to what I'm saying. Because the term goy slave is no, it's not. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying because the term goy slave is of direct relation to what I'm talking about.
He's not. We're not talking about goy slave. My point
Jewish
is
supremacy,
defending your
Jewish
use of
exceptionalism.
slurs because they're funny, because they're hilarious, and because you get the right to do that.
No, that wasn't the point of what I was saying. It's not a slur. How is that a slur?
It's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Okay, question. Who is the term goy slave a slur against?
I'm sorry. I don't know enough to say that goy slave is a slur to any particular person, but I do know it's a Nazi term, popularized from the term.
A Nazi term.
He didn't say goy slave. He said zog slave. He said zog slave.
Zionist is also
it's just a Nazi term. That's kind of a thing. But the whole point is, regardless of whether or not the term is a slur,
pay attention to his face now.
You know, in the moment,
he know he's
that it was
fucked up.
highly offensive to say that to anyone.
To who?
Let alone,
To who is it offensive and why?
To anyone, let alone a black man who is not Jewish.
How does being black change anything?
How does saying calling a black man a slave change?
A goy slave, whatever.
First off, zog slave. Zog slave. This term's all again from the Turner Diaries. The Nazi.
I mean, zog is like even
your defense. Your defense has been
racial slur, like calling someone Zionist occupied government. That doesn't even make sense.
Your defense has been who cares? That's hilarious. By that rationale,
wasn't my defense. My defense was prefaced with something about how right now it's important that we challenge these sorts of idiotic frameworks.
Why can't you challenge those frameworks without using clearly offensive, fundamentally unprincipled, and distracting language? Because if
the turn up is happening now.
You think that allows you to do that
all the fucking time?
Then call me the N-word right now on camera. If you do it all the time. If you don't think there's a difference. If you
Who said I use the N-word all the time?
No.
Oh, still trying to get Scallop and talk over me.
Supposedly marginalized Jewish community.
You could have said in this tweet, BGR is defending Jewish supremacy by such and such and such. You could have done that. That wouldn't have went off in the fucking algorithm. So instead you made a hilarious.
It's kind of just repeating a thesis I presented this whole time. He knows what will get him attention. He knows it's wrong to do. He's made his own video about it, but he needed my attention. You needed my attention.
Exactly. By saying zog slave, he's going to get people to go in there going, hey, man, you shouldn't use that. That's a Nazi dog whistle, which means more engagement. Because that's how these algorithms work. Like that's why sometimes people put misspellings in, or they'll put something funny in the corner. Like anytime you get people to like reply, it boosts it in the algorithm. It gets more people to see it, right? So... And like that's why he did it, because he's doing something controversial, so he gets more engagement.
I know you're gonna react to this. It's provocative. It gets the people going.
It's funny to you. You could have avoided that language, and you chose not to because you're unprincipled, because you care more about the attention.
Have you ever called anyone a dumbass? Have you ever called anyone an idiot? Have you ever used a mean word against anyone?
Those words are not intrinsically tied to Nazis or slavery.
Zog slave isn't intrinsically tied to Nazism either. It came like 30 fucking.
Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. It literally plays on white replacement theory, white genocide theory, and Zog comes from neo-Nazis. That is the implicit element of it, is the political cultural link between Jewish people and black people, and that black people serve the political interests of Jews. That is literally Nazi 101. So when you call a black man a Zog slave, you are saying that he serves the political interests of Jews, and you're sending an idea of the Nazi conspiracy theory. That is exactly what you're doing. And it's not, we've proven that time and time again.
Zog slave, I don't even think they ever.
It came 30, 40 years ago. What happened 30, 40 years ago? Bad Empanada? Was the Turner Diaries written?
I'm sorry, I don't have to use racially charged Nazi dog whistles in between that, and neither do you. You don't have to do that, but nobody will pay attention to you unless you act in that way. And you care more about attention than the politics you say that you're so principled on.
Do you see how it...
He doesn't ever respond to this critique. He could easily avoid acting like he acts, but he would get less views. He would not appeal to the weirdo audience he has, if not for the fact that he acts like this publicly, consistently. Not on YouTube usually,
but on Twitter regularly.
It can cause people that might otherwise be sympathetic to your arguments, like FD, who said he agreed.
I genuinely don't care. I think this isn't really important compared to his defense of Jewish supremacy, his idea that doesn't even exist. I think he's using this as a deflection from the main point of why I was responding to him in the first.
I don't think he believes that it doesn't exist. I don't think he said he does.
He does. Yes, I mean, I responded to him on this. He was
and he cannot and has not presented any evidence that I do not believe Jewish supremacy is real. I've already clarified that, but go ahead.
Defending Nicole's take, which was that Jewish supremacy practically doesn't exist.
Is that something you think, FD?
No.
So there can,
if not just for the fact that this conversation could have been about more material issues.
It can be. I've been trying to push them to that, but you're talking about how
under the context, you've been trying to push them to that under the context of defending your use of Zog.
Yeah, like, and that's the bottom line.
What's wrong with using the word Zog? Explain. You have not explained. You just said it's insulting, it's offensive to whom? Oh my God, your hair is worse than mine. I'm so sorry, man.
Well, I mean, you.
Then he tries to clown my hair.
His hair? I think that's a good place to call this right now, right? Like, we're up on 5 hours and I got a hard out, chat, so I got to bounce. Unfortunately, we didn't completely through it, but I think that's a pretty good place to call it, right? A white guy mocking a black guy's hair. I mean, that's just like basic fucking racism. That's not even a dog whistle at that point. And how he's arguing for tactical slurs and tactical Nazi terminology. You started off hating Vosh, but now you've become him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I'm sending you over to VO. We forgot to shill. I'll have to shill even harder tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. You guys are the best. And don't forget, new reaction podcast. Go and check it out. The reaction podcast. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. Socialism will win. Free Palestine. I gotta go. Peace.